point for all the work we've done, not just in South Asia, in the world, and bringing to South Asia.
Can we have some people who want to sit up front? Because we want the late people to enter that door and they'll take those places. Someone wants to volunteer to make it a little bit more. There's no grading or classes today, except maybe karting. I don't know if you can do a test after, but really just have a discussion. And some people will filter down. The students will give them a chance to slowly come and fill the room.
I just wanted to check if you can hear me.
Fill a spot. Yes, there. That's me.
Good morning, everyone. Krea University and IFMR. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural edition of Synergy, a gathering which seeks to harness our collective expertise and energy towards tackling grand challenges. Our ecosystem is home to a thriving constellation of research and innovation centers, each a powerhouse in its own right. These centers are at the forefront of action-oriented research and evidence-based policy, and are driving transformative impact across very diverse sectors, inclusion to climate resilience, water security, sustainable livelihoods, gender equity, education, among others. Over the course of the day, you will hear from our eminent guest speakers and get glimpse of some of this cutting-edge research. We hope that these discussions will leave you energized and inspired. In the atrium outside, we're hosting an exposition by the research centers, and we have some very cool materials from posters to audio visuals, and we hope that you will engage with these materials, you will explore collaboration opportunities with the centers and learn more about their work. So without further ado, I would now like to invite Vice Chancellor of Krea University, Dr. Nirmala Rao, to deliver the welcome address and inaugurate the event.
Thank you, Diksha. And once again, it's my real pleasure to welcome you all today to Krea and to what promises to be a wonderful and stimulating discussion on a diverse set of topics, including public policy, governance, digital technology, and so on. I won't take much of your time with a long welcome speech, as we have quite a packed schedule ahead of us. But I did want to express personally how delighted I am to inaugurate this particular session of Synergy, a flagship event that is designed to provide our academic community with a unique platform to engage, debate, and critically analyze some of the most pressing global issues that shape our world today. Through this dialogue, we aim to cultivate a sense of not only understanding, but also action, one that fosters doing and solving to address the issues that truly matter. On that note, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all my colleagues who worked very hard to put together this two-day program so meticulously. In particular, Dr. Bharat Sundaram and Sharon for their contribution and enthusiasm in bringing together staff and faculty across the institution and for their exemplary organization. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the passionate support of Mr. Kapil Vishwanathan, the president of IFMR, whose leadership and commitment have been truly invaluable. We are fortunate indeed to have with us such a distinguished group of speakers and panelists today who have agreed to give their time to be with us. I'd like to extend my warmest thanks to them, each one of them for giving up their time, and we know that their contributions will undoubtedly enrich our discussions and inspire us all. Krea University's mission is centered on preparing society for an uncertain future by solving grand challenges through rigorous research-driven education that brings together the liberal arts, the sciences, and the business. The IFMR Krea ecosystem, as Diksha just said, is unique in its ability to connect the university with real-world research, world-class research, innovation centers, known for data-driven policy research, financial expertise, contributions to public policy, and development. Indeed, today's event offers a glimpse of what this ecosystem can actually achieve. Mr. S. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, will deliver the first in the series of presentations today, the inaugural Memorial Lecture. As a member of the Indian Administrative Service for the past 35 years, Mr. Krishnan has wide experience in a range of assignments in the government of Tamil Nadu, government of India, and the International Monetary Fund. His ministry sees digital technology at the heart of governance in India and seeks to make technology the engine for a transition to empowered society. A special thanks to Mr. Krishnan for delivering the inaugural Memorial Lecture. As many of you will know, Sri Vagal was instrumental in setting up Krea and served as its founding chancellor until 2023, when our current chancellor, Mr. Lakshminarayanan, who also joins us today, took over. Sadly, in May last year, Sri Vagal passed on, leaving behind a legacy tough to replicate. Those of us who knew Sri Vagal turned to him for creative solutions, for motivation, for inspiration, and courage of conviction that we can and will make a difference. His dedication to academic excellence was unswerving. Under his leadership, Krea was established as a beacon of hope for the future. Today, we are delivering on that promise. Professor Karthik Murli, Tata Chancellor is Professor of Economics at the University of San Diego, will delve with this schema today, focusing on some of India's key challenges and how the country's full development potential can be achieved through governance and improving state. Drawing, of course, upon his highly acclaimed recent book, Accelerating India's Development, a state-led roadmap for effective governance. The panel discussion that follows on state capacity will explore how research can inform and enhance policy and governance. The panel will be moderated by Dr. Veena Srinivasan, founder and executive director of Water, Environment, Land and Livelihood Well Lab, one of the newest centers within the IFMR and Krea ecosystem. Dr. Srinivasan is a globally recognized expert on water governance and is leading efforts to translate scientific research into real-world impact, particularly in land and water sustainability. Well Labs works very closely with central, state, and municipal governments, providing technical assistance on critical issues such as irrigation, groundwater governance, and decentralized wastewater treatment. Our distinguished panelists include Mrs. Amber, Principal Secretary and Development Commissioner, Government of Meghalaya, Ms. Aarti Ahuja, former Secretary, Ministry of Labour and Employment, Deepthi Reddy, Chief of the Women's Empowerment Division of the Reliance Foundation, and of course, Karthik Pandit. I understand the discussion will focus on state capacity, data-driven policymaking, digital transformation, and governance variations across Indian states. Our next distinguished speaker, Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala, whose experience in building the IIT Madras Research Park will offer invaluable insights into how to blend academia with entrepreneurship, creating an environment where research can seamlessly transition into innovation, with collaboration between faculty, students, and startups being key. The focus on enabling synergies among different stakeholders will provide valuable guidance for the IFMR and Krea ecosystem as it looks to leverage similar partnerships and drive innovation. An exciting opportunity to hear from someone with a rich background in driving change through these intersections. Lastly, I really encourage you all to visit our ecosystem showcase in the atrium, where each center has provided access to documentation about its ongoing upcoming projects. And I strongly encourage students who are here with us to take advantage of this valuable networking opportunity. And I do hope that both students and staff of the centers and the university will actually gain good, valuable insights from the extensive experience of our speakers and from our deliberations today.
Thank you, ma'am. We will now begin the inaugural memorial lecture. Sir, over to you.
Good morning to all of you. Let me first thank IFMR and Krea University for having invited me to deliver this lecture. I think it's a great honor to deliver a lecture named after someone who is as pathbreaking, as creative, and as innovative as Sri Babu. Quite honestly, I had never met him in person, but I'd heard a lot about him from my very early days. So I must have been hearing about him for about 40 years or so from various people in the family, some people in professional life and otherwise, as to his extraordinary capacity and all that he had achieved. There were many things that Mr. Badal had done over his many years of career in the finance world, and all that he's done to set up ICICI as the sort of foremost Indian private sector bank. There are many, many achievements. And of course, what has happened with IFMR and with Krea, and in the manner that these institutions have grown. And most significantly, from today's context, the way in which they have contributed to research, and the way in which they have been open to experiences and inputs from across the world and from everywhere else that you can take it. That actually symbolizes one of the quotes that Mr. Wagul actually made, saying he quoted his old boss, Mr. Ankit Albal, former chairman of the State Bank of India. He said that this is the first lesson I want to give you. Your learning can come from any direction, and it is not necessary that it should be from a particular individual. So a lot of the learning that happens in life, a lot of the learning that happens across the range of things that we do comes from a complete set of serendipitous circumstances, the way you acquire it over a period, over your course of time, chance readings, chance meetings, chance encounters. And I'd like to just reflect on a few of those today. I would very much love to be present in Sri City with all of you. And quite honestly, when Mr. Kapil Vishwanathan invited me, it was many months ago, and it was very much on the for me to travel to Chennai and to be there with you. But today I'm in Paris for as part of the Indian delegation for the AI in Action Summit, which is being held here. And in my own career, if I reflect on a way that research has sort of had a transformative effect on one sector and where we are today, AI is first time that I ever heard about artificial intelligence, interestingly enough, because I was not an engineering student or a science student, was when I joined the National Academy of Administration in August 1989 as a young trainee. One of my colleagues had just come back from a master's in the University of Minnesota, where he told me that he was researching on artificial intelligence. And I asked him what it was. He was trying to explain to me how they build algorithms and various formula to actually mimic the way natural intelligence works. Now, at that time, it seemed like a distant dream, and that research had already been going on even in 1989 for almost about 30 years. But today, we are on the verge of a real tectonic shift in terms of the potential that it offers, the way that the costs are dropping. So, in a sense, that is what research has led us to. Long, sustained periods of research have led us to this moment where AI threatens to do a lot of things and also promises a lot, including in the development, including in its application. And as a chance encounter, let me sort of, and one of the persons who believes in the potential of AI is Geeta Gopinath, Deputy Managing Director of the IMF, who once shared a panel with me about a year ago where she said that the IMF believes that AI has the potential, the transformative potential that the first industrial revolution of the 19th century had in terms of a general use technology that can be applied across a range of sectors in the economy and the kind of impact that it can have on changing the way the world actually works and actually offering a solution to many governance problems, offering a solution to enable countries like India to leapfrog in the development race. This was a point that she made. And let me come back to this a little later by talking about chance encounters and where they lead. One chance encounter, which took place probably sometime in about 2000, late 2010, was with actually Geeta Gopinath's husband, Iqbal Dhaliwal, who is the global director of JPAL and who's very instrumental in having JPAL South Asia set up at IFMR and Krea University. At that point in time, I was in Washington in a posting, and Iqbal happened to drop by. And he's an old colleague in the Indian Administrative Service, a person whom I admire tremendously, as a person who actually came out at the top of that pile to get into the Indian Administrative Service in any year, but prepared to throw it all up and walk away from it. And Iqbal was telling me that, was explaining what JPAL does, the kind of research activities they do, and so on and so forth. I forgot all about that conversation till sometime in mid 2013 when I got posted on return to Tamil Nadu. I got posted as secretary in the planning and development department. And suddenly I recall that conversation. And one of the things that we were doing in the planning and development department at that time was evaluation, monitoring and evaluation of various government programs. That was an important element of what we were planning to do. And with that, I reached out again to the father and said, is there something that we can do together? Because we want to improve the quality of evaluation of our programs. We want to see how we can contribute to formulating programs better. And we were having these discussions in Washington. So is there something? Very quickly, we actually put together a memorandum of understanding between the government of Tamil Nadu and JPAC South Asia, which is still subsisting, and under which we had three major legs. One was a policy dialogue, one was the actual RCT and other forms of doing the research into various initiatives, and the last was the capacity building initiative. We added on another component, which was on data analytics subsequently. So these were the four components that we worked with. And they were extremely interesting policy dialogues, and many of those who are present here in the audience today, including Dr. Karthik Muralidharan, went into this in a big way, and we got into actual areas which different departments of the government wanted to be looked into. For instance, one of the issues we looked into was what were the health challenges? How do you address non-communicable diseases which were becoming a primary challenge for a state like Tamil Nadu? We addressed the issue of maternal and child health, specifically in terms of why exclusive breastfeeding is important in how it can improve further child nutrition issues. We got into issues like how the provision of an additional teacher in Anganwadi can really improve the quality of outcomes, both educational and nutritional, for the young children who are there. So, like this, there were about 15 or 16 different research questions which were taken up, which we worked with, and we moved forward. And a lot of this ultimately contributed to the kind of research, to the kind of outcomes and the way that programs were modified to address various concerns. Subsequent programs that the government put together in the government, including programs like Ilam Paid Kalvi, including programs like the medical outreach. A lot of these were based on the kind of research which got done through this engagement with JPAC. Now, you also have to create interesting structures to enable this to happen. And I'll come back to the way the public and the private sector need to cooperate and the challenges which are involved there. Different models in which this happens, and that is something that we continue to work on. Now, today's talk really is about research for policy. And this is really about a conversation about truth and uncertainty in decision making. And that is the key. What the Vice Chancellor just mentioned about uncertainty and reducing the role of uncertainty and eliminating the role of uncertainty is what is key. And research is a very, very key input to enabling this. And that is why evidence-based policy making is so important. We are spending public resources, we are spending public money. So it is important that public money is not wasted. Public money is spent in the most effective way possible, and we get value for money for what we do. And that is where the research element really comes in. What JPAL offers in terms of RCTs, randomized controlled trials, is what they call the golden standard of whether something is effective or not. In many cases, it can be applied, especially when you are trying to start up a new program. There are cases where it is difficult to apply. And which is why we work around it. We have tried to figure out ways in which we can use alternate approaches, and that is really going into the detail of how exactly the relationship works. The other element that this is something, research is something which is important for India as a country itself. Today, we speak so much about innovation, we speak so much about the ability of a country like India to create products for itself, for us to design. I'm the secretary of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. One of the key things we are looking at all the time is the growth in the electronic sector. We have an interesting example that I often give that today, I mean, the way that India has changed is that in 2014-15, we were importing about 75% of the mobile phones that were being sold in the country. Today, almost 99.3% of the mobile phones which are sold in the country are assembled in India. The scenario is completely changed. We are actually exporting mobile phones, and one of the biggest centers for export of mobile phones is right outside Chennai, Srirampur, other locations. But it's interesting to consider that what is the total value addition that happens? What is it that we have contributed? And the value addition is limited. And it is limited simply because many of the components are actually imported, they put together and sold. But it's limited not just because if I hold up this phone to you, an Apple iPhone probably costs about $1,000. If you look at it, the entire bill of materials is probably about $250. And of that $200 to $250, we add 18 to 20% value in India when the whole thing is set. For a moment, I'm not taking away from the importance of that value addition which takes place at the final stage, because it results in a huge employment of people in the. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
So we're able to hear you.
Yeah. I think I suddenly lost power. Yeah. So, so the entire Apple ecosystem, the way it works is that the actual production of that equipment is a very small proportion of the overall cost. But it results in huge employment. The largest factories in India today are mobile phone manufacturing factories. There are factories which employs 50 to 70,000 people, something which was unheard of in traditional industries in this country. This is still much lower than the numbers that they employ in China, but very, very much larger than what any other factory in the country employs. So that way, in terms of employment and what it can do for a whole generation of Indian workers, it's tremendous. I'm not taking away from that for a moment. But come back into it. The entire bill of materials is just about $250, just about 25% of the overall value of that product. Where is the rest of the value going? The rest of the value is going to the design. It is going to the person who actually designed it and made it. If we want to capture that kind of value in this country, if we want to capture that kind of value for companies, for firms, for individuals in India, then really we have to get into the design, and the design story is all again about research and development. Again, if you look at it from a completely different perspective, we need to have a role in design, we need to have a role in creating these products, because in today's geopolitical environment, you're in a situation where you need resilience. Much as we would all, free trade all over the world, much as you would want that goods move from one place to another easily, you cannot, as a country, especially a country of 1.4 billion, survive if you do not have, even if you don't have the best in class, at least somewhere close to the best in class, you have the capacity to put all of this together. Even from that perspective, research and support to research becomes critically. Just come back to one aspect of this research. This is not an effort that can be done. Typically in India, it's well known that we spend about 0.7% of our GDP on research and development. And most of it is actually spent by the government through various public institutions. But unfortunately, the relationship between government and the government institutions and the market and the industry has been historically very limited. It doesn't get translated into products. We also support research in a number of institutions, IITs, Indian Institute of Science, various other interesting institutions, but the translation of research, getting translated into products, building capacity in basic areas of conceptualization, all of that has been relatively weak in the Indian context. And what is typically emphasized as a model, the triple helix model of collaboration between industry, academia, with the government playing a catalytic role, hasn't happened to the extent to which we would like it to happen. There are efforts, of course, to make it happen more significant. I think, to my mind, there are two or three things which are important. One, of course, is the capacity within government to absorb this research, to recognize that it needs to be done across different institutions. We have to have multiple models in which you can actually collaborate to get the research done. What the relationships between the government of Tamil Nadu and various other state governments and, say, an institution like JPAL is one such one. It's interesting. Somebody once told me, how did you manage to do this without actually doing a procurement process? Well, you have to think a little creatively. You have to look at it as in the Constitution of India, there's nothing that stops the government from making grants to any organization. What you can't do without following a due process is buy. But what you can do is make grants to organizations. The only condition there would be that a grant of that nature, if you are making a grant, you have to have an open platform, saying somebody else who's similarly positioned approaches you for a similar grant, then you should be in a position to say, yes, I will do it for you as well. So we created that open platform where JPAL and its system or its structure was the best known, but there were other organizations also which we collaborated and worked it out. So if you create an open platform, it's always possible for the government to actually establish that kind of relationship. The second part is that you have to find institutions and organizations of quality, and you have to ensure that you are able to make sure that it doesn't become a hobby horse of somebody's, but it is actually real research which will contribute in the long term. That means that you have to have ability with it. You have to have ability with the government to assess this, figure out whether it's worthwhile, and take those appropriate decisions in time. You don't have to know the details. You have to fundamentally know that yes, this will contribute or this will not. Otherwise, you take very bureaucratic line and say, I'm sorry, I can't do this, and why are we doing so many man hours, or why are we having so many researchers? Why don't we cut down on this element of the budget? You just feel that you've done your analysis. The ability to judge and the ability to figure out whether something is meaningful research and something will contribute is something which becomes critical. That's where a process of policy is something which can really be worthwhile. Sitting down, discussing with a broader cross section of stakeholders to figure out what should be priorities, what is critical, what is important, and what should be the focus areas is very critical. Simply because government resources, public resources are limited, and you can't sort of spread them too thin either. You have to sort of focus them in areas where you will get the maximum impact and where you will get the maximum efficiency and effectiveness for what you spend. And to enable that to happen, you have a mechanism by which you are able to put it all together. So that it becomes the crucial second element. The third element also is that in a country the size of India, you have to actually promote a number of institutions. We probably today are very proud of some of the leading institutions that we have. This country, a country this size, means many, many more. So how do you, while on the one hand staying focused on certain areas, how do you sort of spread it out? More institutions becomes a very key question that policymakers and civil servants have to make sure that we are able to be more inclusive and we are able to promote good ideas wherever they come from. So that is another focus that we need to keep. And within that also, if if I were to look at the government of India today, stepping back from the experience with state governments, within government also you need to have clear demarcation roles as to who does what. Uh, Now, for instance, amongst our ministries, we have a very clear demarcation. We say any kind of research which is foundational, basic, fundamental is funded by the Department of Science and Technology, and say the Department of Biotechnology, primary scientific departments of the Government of India, so that they are able to support the base level foundational research effectively. But if you have to go to the next level, and if you have to see that this research gets translated into actual products, actual systems, then as applied research, then it is ministries like Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Ministry of Heavy Industries, who really come into this picture and who then have to take up and support the kind of programs where this translational element of research happens, and that is something that as METI, we are trying very hard to do. And we are trying to ensure that what we do as research or what we support as research results in products. And for that to happen, it's very important that you get the industry on board sufficiently early, because if industry is not with you, then you're not going to get anything. It needs to be translated into something that industry wants, and industry will really get into it only if they see value in what you're doing, and at the same time, they will be committed to it only if they have skin in the game. So both of those elements become very crucial in terms of understanding what the industry needs, and that again requires an entire area of stakeholder consultation, an entire area of stakeholder engagement, which needs to be systematic, sustained, and produces the kind of outcomes that we would honestly want to see for the country. So these elements of models of what we need to do, of engaging with the broader stakeholder community, of engaging with researchers who will actually bring something to fruition, all of this becomes very, very crucial in an overall context that we need to ensure that the research gets translated into something which is systematic. Another model of engagement in all of this, I'm sure Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala will speak to you in greater detail about it, is the IIT Madras Research Park model, which I used to be on the board of governors there, board of directors for the research park in my earlier assignment, and I do continue to engage with them quite regularly. But after moving to Delhi and after seeing what is happening at other IITs, including Indian Institute of Science, I cannot but marvel at how by many degrees, how the IIT Madras Research Park is a very significant advancement and is something that genuinely and legitimately the country needs to be proud of. It's something that we can showcase even in international fora, as Professor Jhunjhunwala well knows. That is a model which is proving difficult to replicate. There are many attempts at which replication has been tried. There are many conversations we've had, but the same degree of commitment and involvement does not happen. And interestingly, Professor Jhunjhunwala, I tell you that beyond the land that he took from the government initially and beyond the initial seed grant, the research park itself has received very little. They've raised money themselves. They've run it almost on commercial principles, but still been extremely successful. And are now an extremely sought after location to take up more translation research. And, both industry and academia and the government see value in supporting the research activity there. IFMR themselves have a research center sitting there. I have personally funded, and not from my personal money, but in my assignments, we have funded research centers there, which have taken which have taken those niche areas of research to the next level. And we continue to support this simply because it's an extremely valuable addition and model which requires to be replicated, but is proved challenging to replicate on the same scale, but absolutely needs to be done. And a model very similar to that is what in the present context, in the context of what I'm here in Paris to do for the AI Action Summit, is to actually visit what they call Station F, where most of the actual research translation into artificial intelligence interaction projects is taking place, and something similar really needs to be done elsewhere in the country as well to take AI to the next level. Because coming back to the theme of artificial intelligence and coming back to what it can contribute, this is the big debate that we've been having internally. But I think I leave you with this message that we need both. We need bottom-up foundational research, which means that in the Indian context, we need to build the basic foundation model for AI in the country, which is based on Indian languages, which is based on India's lived experience, the kind of things that you see in India, and the way that the data being generated from India, in order for it to be true for the Indian circumstance. That is something we certainly need. But we can't wait till that entire model gets built. What I think the DeepSeek example really tells us is that you need to build what you already have, innovate on it, and take it to the next level. Therefore, building applications on existing open source models, building actual interventions based on those open source models is equally important. And that is something as a country we need to take forward too. And that is the effort that the India AI mission under the Ministry of Electronics is currently engaged in. And I'm happy to report again, circling back, that institutions of IFMR, many of the research centers of IFMR, are also involved in various elements of this work that we're doing. So personally, to me, I think I would have loved to have been present amongst you, if only to be part of those extremely enriching discussions. It's honestly a personal connect with many of you. I'd love to have been with Dr. Karthik Mutida, Dr. Ashok Jhunjhunwala, Aarti Ahuja, my colleague in the National Academy of Administration and very dear friend. There are so many of you whom I would love to have met and been part of an active conversation to take these initiatives on research forward. And I cannot but overemphasize how important research will continue to be and how we have to keep innovating on the models that we adopt to make sure that proper research inputs are available for governments and for other agencies to take action. And I cannot also but overemphasize the need for government to have internal capacity as well to effectively engage in the research, and which I guess would be a serious discussion in about both what Professor Karthik would be telling you and also in how you intend to go about building state capacities. Thank you very much for the patient hearing, and I once again apologize for not having it there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for taking the time to deliver an inspiring and deeply personal address. Chance encounters, creativity, and collaboration. They're key to building compelling models of engagement between industry, policy, and academia. That was my key takeaway. We look forward to hearing yours. And the Tamil Nadu government and JPAL partnership is indeed, a very excellent example of how we can sort of make some of these bridges and look at real-world applications of research. We look forward to your continued guidance as we deepen our engagement with the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. And we also hope to delve into the theme of state capacity in the discussions through the day. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. It's been an honor to hear you. Okay, so on that note, moving on to the elephant in the room, state capacity. Delivering the keynote lecture today is Dr. Karthik Muralidharan, Tata Chancellor's Professor of Economics at the University of California, San Diego. He's a research associate at the NBER, a board member and co-chair of the education program at JPAL, also the co-founder of the Center for Effective Governance of Indian States. His research is extensively focused on improving education and health outcomes, measuring the quality of public service delivery, and improving the effectiveness of public spending. His latest book, Accelerating India's Development, a state-level roadmap of effective governance, provides actionable, evidence-based strategies for India's advancement. So without further ado, I now like to invite Professor Karthik Muralidharan to give the keynote lecture.
So should I just connect my computer now? Wonderful. So thanks so much. Is this too loud? Is the volume fine at the back? It's echoing. It is loud. Right? How do we bring this down? Did it be managed? Okay. Is this better? But thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. I was apologizing to the couple that's taking me so long to make it out to Krea. But it's a great honor, great privilege, and delighted to see folks here and excited for the discussion on state capacity with RTG and Sasambat. So let's get started. So I think there is a lot, and for people who haven't seen the book, it's a sizable book. I have a copy which I've put out here, you can see. But I promise it's a very easy read. Okay, so let's jump straight in. And so what is the core point of the book? Okay, the core point of the book is that we spend, see, there's this old saying in India, oh, we make great policies and the challenge is in implementation. Okay. Now, I think, but that's a too kind of casual statement. We need to really interrogate that a lot. And part of what I want to do here is saying that most of our policy discourse, as well as academic discourse, focuses on what should government do. But we don't spend enough time on how will the government do it, or can the government even do what it wants to do. Okay. And so the point of bringing the capacity of public systems to the core of development discourse is the central intellectual contribution of the book. But that it's being built on over 20 years of high quality micro research. Okay. So most of the papers, so the reason you write a book like this is, as Mr. Krishnan was saying, and as people know, I'm a professor, we take our time doing individual research studies that take 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And most of these papers are written for other academics, right? So the book is my attempt to synthesize all of this for a non-general, non-academic readership in a way that's completely accessible, and it also provides a whole bunch of practical ideas. Okay, so let's jump straight in and situate where we are as a country and what the core argument is.
So the good news about India is, we are doing reasonably well. Okay, so there's a lot to be proud of in the global landscape. We are the fastest growing large economy. We have, macro stability that is the envy of most other countries. We have a fantastic central bank. We've never defaulted on our debt. So these are not things you want to take for granted. Okay, so you kind of assume it's fine because it's fine, but you go see other countries and then you realize this is actually something to be really, really proud of. Okay. The size makes us intrinsically important globally. The demographic structure, the democracy, the diaspora, these are all factors that contribute to kind of India's standing in the world. But at the same time, we face profound challenges, especially on basic service delivery. So education, I think the recent ASER numbers have shown an uptick, which is good, but you still have 50% of kids completing primary school in rural India without being able to read at a second standard level. You have 35% of children who are stunted, which is 2 standard deviations below the height for age kind of norm, which means you are permanently compromising long-term kind of cognitive and health outcomes. Okay. Our public safety, the police are chronically, they're understaffed, overworked, undertrained. So we don't study the police nearly as much as we should. The court system has a backlog of 30-40 million cases that grows every single year, right? And we've got a welfare system that exists, but it's kind of it's creepy, as we saw during COVID, with kind of hundreds of thousands of workers having to walk back to their villages, partly because our welfare system is kind of is place based, and I talk about it in the book. And then crucially, we have fundamental challenges in terms of job creation. Okay, so the simple story of the Indian economy overall, and this is not just my characterization, is if you read the reports of kind of investors who kind of talk about what is the Indian investable market. Okay. The basic story of the Indian economy is that you have a top 10% that drives demand. So this is a 10% with formal sector jobs, with entrepreneurial incomes, with kind of predictable high incomes that drives demand in the economy. You have another 30 to 40% who are in service sector jobs of various quality, who are serving the demand created by that top 10%. Okay? And then you've got a 50% who are primarily in rural India, who are mostly left out of this growth process because they are in low productivity agriculture, and that's a demographic that is primarily supported by welfare programs. Okay. Now it's important to note that we are including people; they're not completely left behind. So poverty has been going down, but one of the things that's changed in the way we calculate this is we're now counting the value of the transfers they, the BDS, the poor are getting, and so that means you are lifting the bottom, but you're lifting it mainly through welfare programs. Okay, so now this is not a bad model. Okay? It's not a bad model because historically, for most countries, when you've grown, the growth has been driven by a segment of the population, and then the democratic process has kind of distributed the benefits of that growth. Okay, and the good news for India is that top 10% of India is still 1.5. Top 10% of 1.4 billion is larger than most countries. Okay, so there's enough people in that 10% to drive innovation, drive startups, drive global capability centers, and really be an engine for growth. Okay, so this is not a bad model, but you can't function at full potential, right? I mean, if you can't kind of fire in all engines, which basically means kind of having the empowering that bottom 50% to kind of not just be passive recipients of welfare, but be active contributors of personal and national progress. And the key to that is human development. So no kind of East Asian miracle country ever managed to deliver its success without universal high quality education systems, without universal high quality public health and nutrition. So we are doing 6%, 6.5%, but if you want to do 8, 9, 10%, which is what we need to do in these next 20 years, there is mathematically no way to get there, okay, without kind of firing on all engines. Okay, so that's really the key point about what is that rate limiting step. And that in turn is constrained by weak state effectiveness in delivering essential public goods and services. So just like the Indian economy is bipolar, the Indian state is also bipolar. Okay, so there are some things the Indian government does incredibly well, right? Which is literally we run the best mission board campaigns in the world, right? We do the best vaccination campaigns, we run the best elections, we manage the logistics of the Kumbh Mela, we do some best disaster relief in the world, we do the cheapest moon landing mission of any country in the world. Okay, so in mission mode, when you have a well-defined target and when there is political and administrative clarity and prioritization that this needs to happen, the Indian state is among the most efficient in the world. Okay? But when it comes to the day-to-day delivery of services, daily health, daily education, daily courts, daily police, that's kind of where this is a long, long, long way to go. Okay? Now, again, we have substantially improved state capacity in some areas, especially in DBT and using technologies where you kind of bypassed layers of kind of linkage, but there's a long way to go in these human intermediated services. So again, this is not me, but here's a nice quote from Rakesh Mohan, who's the former deputy governor of the RBI and former CA, one of the architects of the 91 reforms. When he wrote this review article of 25 years of economic reforms, he says, the way forward for accelerated growth in India is being held back by major governance deficits in all areas connected with the delivery of public goods and services. Okay, so this is Rakesh, who's a long-time insider. And then there's Lang Pritchard, who's always more provocative. And Lang famously said, the weak performance of the Indian state is one of the top 10 challenges facing humanity. Okay? And he puts this on the same order of magnitude as climate change because, no, and he's serious, right? And it's in that magnitude because of the number of people affected and the sheer scale of the problem and how wicked the problem is. Okay? It is a truly wicked problem. It's not an easy problem, okay, that you can solve just by kind of creating a scheme or mission. So my own assessment is that as we assess India at 75, that that's no greater barrier to achieving full potential than improving the effectiveness of the Indian state. Now, the other key way in which the book is different is that most of our national policy discourse focuses at the government of India. But almost all of these issues are state government issues. Okay, so constitutionally, education, health, labor, land, district courts, these are all state government issues. And most states in India are bigger than most countries. And relative to how important states are, we've spent remarkably little time kind of architecting what a state-led roadmap for the country is to be. And that's partly, what the book is doing. Now, the other reason for writing the book is not just one day I woke up and said, hey, state capacity matters. It's that a common finding from 20 years of research is that the core binding constraint in every sector, okay, is actually governance. Now, the economic case for investing in state effectiveness is that the default approach in any policy discussion is to say, oh, to improve education, we need to increase the budget. To improve any outcome, we have to increase the budget, right? So after the budget, the focus is all, okay, where has the money gone? Okay. But, so the education wallahs want 6% of GDP, the health wallahs want 3%, the defense wallahs want 4%, okay? So everybody wants more money for their sector. And the dance of policy every year is every department will ask for more money than they know they will not get the money. Okay, because finance doesn't have the money, but then not getting the money becomes an excuse for not delivering. Okay, you say, finance is better than India, how can I deliver? Okay, so basically the problem with this approach is there are two fundamental problems. Okay, the first is we don't have the money, right? So the norms of spending 6% of GDP on education come from high-income OECD countries with a tax to GDP ratio of 35%. We are sitting at half of that. We are at 18%. Okay, so relative to our budget, we're actually spending the right amount. Okay, so the first is we don't have the money. We're already running deficits of about 8 to 9%, and there just is no money. Okay, but the second problem is the key finding from empirical research is that the translation of the default pattern of spending into outcomes is incredibly weak. Okay, so a different way of saying this is that all of our discourse focuses on the top line of budget allocation, but not enough on the bottom line of how that budget translates into impact. Okay, so the core research message across 20 years of my work is that multiple studies across sectors show that the social return on investment to investing in governance and state effectiveness are often 10 times greater than simply spending more programs in a government as usual way. Okay, so I used to call this business as usual, and then there's an IAS officer friend of mine, Queen Bhatia, was actually cited in the time for this. He said, I think business as usual. He's from government as usual. Oh, thank you. So that's kind of that term comes from him, and he's cited there. Now let me take 5 minutes because this is a research university and a research conference, right? So this is literally 20 years of my work in half a slide. Okay, and each of these studies is based on 5, 6, 8, 10 years of work, featuring large-scale randomized evaluations to evaluate the causal impact of policies and kind of tracking the fund flow from the expenditure all the way to the outcomes. Okay, and let's look at this pattern of 10x that I'm talking about in sector after sector after sector. Okay, so let's look at education. Where does the money go? 85% of the budget goes to salaries. Okay, and most of this is unconditional salary increases that happen through the pay commission. Okay, but what study after study shows is there is zero correlation, between the level of pay and any measure of effectiveness. Okay, so and the most stark example was a study we did in Indonesia where the government actually doubled teacher salaries. Okay, doubled teacher salaries, and we did this large scale RCT and found it had zero impact. That paper was called double for nothing. right? Now, and this is actually sad, right? Because in 2004 they passed a constitutional amendment in Indonesia saying 20% of our budget will go, like, will go. I want to see you in a
Doubling salary.
Right? So they passed a constitutional amendment saying 20% of the budget has to go to education, but most of that money went to salary increases and it had no impact. Okay. Now, I'm not saying don't pay better. Okay. The key is, on the other hand, linking even 3 to 5% of pay to measures of performance, right, has a huge impact. Okay, and so large that it's almost like an infinite ROI. Right? So my golden rule for teachers is I don't want to do anything to teachers that I don't want done to myself as a professor. Okay. So even I want to be paid better, but I'm happy to be paid based on performance because that helps build an org culture where you are rewarding a culture of performance as opposed to cultures of mediocrity, which is what happens when you have unconditional pay increases for everybody. Okay. Now, going from education to NREGA, completely different sector. Okay, where what we saw is that we did this large-scale RCT, one of the largest ever done in the world, working with the government of Andhra Pradesh to randomize the rollout of biometric smart cards to over 20 million people across 8 districts. And we found that the leakage reduction was over 10 times greater than the cost of the smart cards. And even more powerful was this recent econometric paper, where one of the purposes of NREGA is to improve the private sector wages because the government can't implement a minimum wage. Less than 10% of employment is 90% is informal, right? So how is the government can implement a minimum wage? You can't. So the most practical way of doing that is to have the government as an outside employer that puts pressure on the market wage because you have the logic of NREGA is to serve as a floor on the market wage. Okay. So what we find in that paper is that improving implementation of NREGA had a bigger impact on the market wage than rolling out the program itself. Let me repeat that. Improving implementation was more important than rolling out the program itself. Now, of course, I can't improve implementation without the program. So it's not like you don't need the program. But think about how much more attention went in terms of advocating for the program, designing the law, passing the amendment, getting the budgets. And relative to that, how much less attention is spent on the ongoing improvement of implementation. But the implementation is more important than the program itself. Okay, education. So whereas we got a very, very highly cited paper in the American Economic Review on how transformative, personalized education technology can be, where the content is personalized to the level of the student. Okay, but we also have tons of studies showing that simply providing computers has zero impact. Where does most of our money go? Like every government IT project is about budget for hardware. And I've still not seen a single government procurement that has been able to procure based on the effectiveness of the software. Okay. Now, the thing is, even procuring effectively requires data capacity. And I'll come to that in a moment. But that's an example of the 10x. When the money goes to hardware, zero impact. Where the impact is, there is zero spending. Okay. So, child development, the paper that Mr. Krishna is alluding to. So, India's ICDS system is the world's largest early childhood care system in the world. We cater to 18 million children, about 45 million 0 to 3, and about 35 million in 3 to 6. And the entire system is run by one Anganwadi worker, supported by somebody for cooking and cleaning. But like Rukmini Banerjee calls this Anganwadi worker the Mother Durga of the system, where she's running kind of early childhood education, she's doing preschool, household visiting, maternal counseling, nutrition, maintaining cooking registers. So what we did here was just put an extra worker on a half-time shift in an RCT across 320 Anganwadis in Tamil Nadu and 4 districts. And we found stupendous effects, right? So this extra half-time worker focused on preschool education led to a doubling of preschool instructor time, substantial improvement in learning outcomes, substantial reduction in malnutrition and stunting, which we have very rarely seen in any other intervention. But where does most of our money go? It goes to unconditional increases of existing workers, and that has zero impact. So again, it reflects the politics that the insiders are always stronger than the outsiders. The unions are always capturing the money for the insiders, and that leaves you without the money to do the things that give you higher. Okay. And then a recent study in farm welfare again in Telangana, where in the context of Right to Bandhu, what we did was just work with the government to set up an outbound call center that made calls to 25,000 farmers, randomly chosen within a 2-week window. And what we did was the Mandal agricultural officer, we randomized so that 25% of these guys were told that your performance is being measured by talking to the beneficiary, right? And so just being told that you have a dashboard with real data coming from the beneficiary, led to a substantial improvement in their performance, because now you're doing performance measurement and management. And again, the ROI is 25x in terms of money delivered, and 100x if you measure it as money delivered on time, which is because a key goal of these farm welfare programs is that you want to transfer the money before the planting cycle to break the cycle of debt before you need to borrow for seeds and fertilizers. So getting the money in by end of May was critical, and it was 100x ROI relative to the cost of the call center. And then a recent study by Manaswini Rao looking at the cost of judicial clogging. Okay, and what she looks at, this is not an RCT, but she looks at variations in judge postings in district courts, because the average district court has about 4 to 5 judges. So when people move in and out, you get a discontinuous change in capacity. And she estimates that every extra district court judge clears about 200 cases a year. But because 60 to 70% of these cases are land and credit, which are key factors of production that are being locked up from being productively used because they're stuck in the court system. Okay, and so she estimates that extra judge leads to an increase in total credit circulation and economic activity that's about 30 times the cost of the judge. Okay, so again, this 10x, 20x ROI is showing up again and again and again across sectors, and that is the reason for writing the book, which is saying that this is the ROI is so high. So where is the free lunch as a country, right? So when we look at accelerating development, the default discourse is saying growth or development, but I'm going to show you that both of those are limited relative to how high the returns are to fixing these kind of internal functioning. Okay, so that's kind of why I wrote the book. Now, this is just the beginning, right? That's kind of chapter 1, setting the stage. But before I get to the core of the book, for students in particular, because sometimes we get it's easy to get pessimistic, okay? We look at the scale of the problems, okay? But I want to take a 5-minute detour and place India in global historical comparative perspective so that we understand why our situation is unique, okay? Now, the key point is when I say we have a challenge of state capacity, it's a little subtle, right? Because in some ways we do very, very well. The government does incredibly well. In other areas, we don't. So how should we even think about that? And the framework that makes the most sense comes from Francis Fukuyama, where he talks about the scope of the state and the strength of the state, right? So the scope of the state is the range of the functions that the government tries to take on, and the strength is its effectiveness at delivering the scope that it takes on, okay? Now, over time, if you look at the history of the modern state over, say, 1,000 years, it has evolved into 3 major phases, where for most of human history, the nation state was essentially a security state. Okay, where the only thing the government did was defense and law and order. Okay, because those were the 2 existential threats. And one way to see this is 80% of the budgets of countries were basically going to defense. Okay, so even if you build roads, the roads were primarily built for logistics of troop movements rather than economic benefit. Any economic benefit was ancillary to the military logistic drivers. Like the British built railways partly for troop logistics. Okay, so a lot of the focus was on security. Now, in the 19th century, you get the second phase of the state, which I call the industrial state, where now governments start doing large-scale investments in roads, railroads, public infrastructure, sewage systems, mass education. So all of this happens in that 18th and 19th century. And it's not an accident that this happens alongside the industrial revolution. Okay, so why is that? Because till then, production is small scale and distributed. But industrial revolution gives you massive economies of scale, and you start producing in some places with massive scale. And then the returns to transport and storage matter, because I'm now producing in a few small places. Okay, so there's complementarity then between the industrial revolution and the massive build-out of public infrastructure. Okay, so this is the first time in human history when you get increase in GDP per capita. Okay, so till then the growth is absorbed by increasing population. Okay? So GDP is going up, but GDP per capita is flat. It's only in the industrial revolution that you get increase in GDP per capita, but that also comes with massive increase in inequality. Right? So and that's when you get the third phase of the state, because the benefits of this growth go to the people with physical capital, financial capital, human capital. So you have land, you have money, you have education. You're able to benefit from these opportunities, and you see that in India now. Okay, so any period of stagnation is a period of inequality because everybody's poor. Periods of growth are periods of inequality because there is a subsegment of the population that benefits and thrives. Okay, and that inequality then creates the third wave of the state, which is the modern welfare state, right? Which is a remarkably recent innovation in human history, which is less than 75 years old. Okay? And now you start getting progressive taxation and governments start doing food security, healthcare, pensions, unemployment. All of these things are remarkably recent developments in the long arc of human history. Okay? Now, there are two key things I want you to know. The first is that welfare states are very expensive. Okay? And so if you look at high-income countries, if you look at the fraction of total social expenditure as a percent of GDP, till about the 1930s, this was zero. Oh, under 5%. It picks up a little bit during the Great Depression. But the big pickup really happens only after World War. Okay? Now, why is that? It's because welfare states are expensive. And that means you need the fiscal capacity, the tax revenue, to be able to implement. But when do you build the fiscal capacity? That, as kind of historians of the state have said, governments build capacity only in times of war. Okay? And that's because the raising taxes requires both the administrative ability to tax and the political willingness to be taxed. So, and citizens are willing to be taxed in existential crisis like a war. Okay, so it's only during the war time that you see this big increase in fiscal capacity and a corresponding increase in administrative capacity. And it's the base dividend that funds the welfare. Okay, that you start funding the war effort. And that money is what then goes to fund the modern welfare state. And also what happens after the World War is that countries build a lot more national solidarity in times of war because you build a collective kind of purpose rather than kind of fighting internally. And that moment of solidarity also helps build political support for welfare. Okay, so this is the first point of the welfare state. But the second point, which is also very subtle, is that these three phases of the state are highly correlated with the extent of democracy. Okay, and so the security state happens at times when there's no voting rights. Okay? So the king is sovereign and can do what they want. Right? Now, what is very interesting about the industrial state is that the industrial state happens at a time of limited democracy. So the US and the UK like to lecture the world about democracy. Okay, but in the 19th century, these countries were highly flawed democracies because they restricted the vote to white property owners. So only 20% of the population had a vote. Okay, so it's not an accident that that is the demographic that votes for the capex in the infrastructure because who benefits? The property prices appreciate. Okay, and so it's not an accident the welfare state happens only after universal franchise because in any income distribution, the left of the median wants redistribution and higher taxes. The right wants lower taxes. And that is the existential crisis of every Western democracy, where typically the conservative parties want lower taxes and the liberal parties want more welfare. Right? So that is deeply linked to the franchise. And there is tons of micro studies that show how expanding the franchise is strongly correlated with increased voter demand and political supply of welfare. So the officers are already strongly nodding their heads because they know where they're going with this. Okay? But what the point of this is, to make sense of India, we need to recognize that India is an incredible outlier in human history. We are the only country that had universal adult franchise democracy on day one. So this is, people, and those of us who study this have known this for long, but here's a very nice and powerful picture from Arvind Subramaniam and Joy Plumber's JDB paper. And it just shows that at a comparable level of GDP per capita, the US and UK were about 20% and India is not there. Okay. Now, why does this matter? Because at some level, there are huge benefits of democracy before development. And the most important is that it's a great moral triumph, okay, that has allowed the most marginalized citizens to have a voice before their counterparts in high-income countries. Okay. And it's also a moral triumph in terms of the policy wins for the poor. So my favorite example of this is the US does food stamps for food security of the poor in the 1930s. At a GDP per capita of about $18,000 in 2011 inflation adjusted terms. India does PDS at 1/15th that GDP per capita in the 1960s, when we are at about $1,200. Okay, so that's an example of the moral triumph of democracy with regard to what we are offering our most marginalized. Same with, say, school feeding programs. So in the US elections recently, the vice presidential candidate Tim Walz was proudly saying that he's doing school feeding in Minnesota at a GDP per capita of $75,000. Okay, so whereas we've been doing that way. Okay, so these are the ways in which Indian democracy is both a kind of intrinsic win in terms of giving the marginalized a voice and an instrumental win in terms of giving them policy victories. Okay. But of course, there's a but, right? And the but is we are economists, and so we understand that there's a fixed budget. So there are also two fundamental constraints and challenges that this has created for India. The first is that the scope of the state has expanded much before the strength. So you've created the demands of the state before we have the fiscal and the administrative capacity to actually deliver on this. Okay, and so the first challenge is the public finance challenge, which is the voter demand and political supply of welfare has squeezed funds for investing in public goods, including the state itself. Right? So the basic economics problem is when I'm telling you the ROI is 10x or 20x. Any private sector guy will say, wait, how can I invest as much money as possible if you're giving me a 2000% ROI? So why are we not making those investments? And that's because political incentives are kind of to focus on the visible welfare rather than the longer term investments in capacity. Right? So the first problem, the problem is not welfare. Okay, it's very, very important. This is not remotely an anti-welfare point because what the chapter on welfare shows is well-designed welfare programs can improve both equity and efficiency. Okay, problem is not welfare. The problem is doing the welfare very, very inefficiently. Okay, so it's the quality of the welfare rather than the welfare. Okay, so that's one. The second problem is the political economic challenge. And what you've done is you have expanded citizens' ability to make a claim on the state before the state can meet all those claims. So the nature of politics is then a politics of scarcity, where every group is saying, how do I get the benefits of the state for my group, rather than broad-based public goods. Right? So what in political science is called clientelism and what in India we know as vote bank politics essentially comes from the fact that if you can't deliver to everybody, it becomes rational to say, how do I target my particular group? And that is magnified by the incentives of the first past the post system, because if you look at the election math, particularly in the 90s and in UP Bihar, there used to be 5, 6, 7 parties. So you could win with about 30% or 35% of the votes cast and with around 20% of registered voters. Okay? So that means the political incentives are to make sure your base shows out to vote rather than kind of median 50%. And that's what then creates kind of the vote bank, structure of the politics. Okay? So, and that creates another vicious cycle because when I want to do vote bank politics, then the politicians want to control the state to direct the resources towards their preferred groups rather than kind of broad-based kind of public goods. And so that creates the second vicious cycle, right? It's the public finance challenge and the political economy challenge. Okay. Now, the good news is this. The good news, so to summarize this, is that Indian democracy is, so scholars of Indian democracy call it 50-50. Okay. So Ashubashini has a book called Battles Half Won. Ram Gopal calls it 50-50. Right? And I'm kind of providing some structure for that, which is the positive is you have allowed every citizen to make a claim on the state. But the battle half one, the unfinished part, is you haven't built the capacity of the state to then make those claims. Okay. Now, here is the good news. The good news is that the nature of political incentives is changing. Okay. So, till about 2000, if you look at the data, there's a well-known anti-incumbency effect. Okay, but after 2000, at the state level, you see that performing chief ministers are more likely to get re-elected with a higher vote share. And so that means the politicians are today under pressure to deliver, and they want to deliver, but they are often frustrated by the bureaucracy. Okay, and then they keep blaming the bureaucracy, saying that these guys are not able to deliver. But that is unfair because the bureaucracy is also overburdened. And it reflects kind of 30 years of underinvestment in the public systems. Okay, so the analogy I give to make sense of this is, for most of you are probably too young. Those of you who remember the ambassador card. Okay, the 1950s ambassador card is a metaphor of pre-liberalization economy. Okay? So you can think about the Indian state like the 1950s ambassador card. Okay? Over time, we keep on adding expectations on the car, but we haven't invested in the car itself. Okay. So the politicians are like the race car drivers who are saying in which direction the car should go, in which passengers I should prioritize. Okay, but the car is barely moving. Okay, so putting more budget in this car is like putting like more petrol in the 1950s ambassador. Right. So thoda gaya, but the translation of budget fuel into distance is very weak because the systems are so weak. Okay, and the bureaucrats are like the engines, the body, and the wheel of this car. Okay, so they would also like to be in a Ferrari, but they have to move. Okay, and it's too difficult to both move and redesign the car at the same time. Okay, so you're desperately just trying to keep it moving, and the better politicians are essentially pressing the accelerator, but they're pressing the accelerator in the 1950s car. Okay, so but then you redesign this and re-architect to kind of reflect and build a more effective state, you're not going to get to full potential. Okay, so I'm going to skip this except to say, listen, for the typical upper middle class tax-paying Indian, they are very disdainful of both politicians and bureaucrats. Okay, the default is we think the politicians is corrupt and power hungry, and bureaucrats is status obsessed and risk averse. Okay, now, but there is some truth to that. The truth is that if you look at the lives of these two characters, it is incredibly hard. Okay, and that's why those two chapters are called the politician's predicament and the bureaucracy's burden. Okay, because what the bureaucracy then has to deal with is severe staff shortages, which I'll talk about. There is limited accountability, and it's not like there's no accountability. The accountability is all for compliance, okay, and not for outcomes. So that's why misdirected accountability. Okay? And I can give you stories of that. Let me give you one story, right? Since we talked about in tech. So, you know, if you look at what does the joint secretary who wants to do education technology do, right? He or she, with great sincerity, will get a budget for IT, get a budget for computers. If you're lucky, the procurement will happen. If you're lucky, the computers will be delivered to the school. And it happens because politicians like to distribute computers with their pictures on it. Okay, so that's the good news. But you then go to the school, and more often than not, you find that the computer lab is locked and the chavi is in the principal. Now, why is this? It's because nobody is holding the principal accountable for whether the computer is being used. But if the computer is stolen, so which means that they are being perfectly irrational. Okay, so the point about looking at this at the systems level is to depersonalize this, right? Just to think about what are the incentives and constraints under which different actors are functioning. Okay? And one way to see this is again popular culture captured this so nicely. So if you've seen Panchayat season 1, right, there's a whole episode, right, computer making monitor. Yeah. So it's exactly the same story, right? Okay, computer use or not, nobody cared. But Chori was monitor, so that whole episode was the trouble that poor guy was under because that one monitor got stolen. Okay, so that is the life of the frontline person. It's not like there's no accountability, but it is all for compliance. Okay, which means that there is no autonomy to deliver. A different way to say this, because of people's private sector backgrounds, is high functioning organizations provide autonomy on process to the frontline staff with accountability for outcomes, because you are close to the problem. You know how to fix it, you fix it. Okay? And you autonomy how to fix it, but hold you accountable, then the overall outcomes are fine. In bureaucracy, it is exactly the opposite, which is you micromanage a process and nobody is accountable for outcomes. So you beat the enthusiasm out of even somebody who wants to do stuff because there is so much constriction on autonomy. But because you're transferred every 15 months and a file has to pass through 100 signatures. So the reason files have to get so many signatures is a bit like murder in the Orient Express, right? So nobody can be held accountable, right? That's the whole point, is why can it go through that process, okay? So there is a kind of cover your backside with numbers, but it also means that the system is deeply, deeply risk averse, okay? So the autonomy problem we talked about, capacity challenge, paperwork is kind of, there's a whole section on how much time goes in paperwork, and the lack of tenure, the average officer, I think, still has about 15 months. Like, so Odisha is the state where, I think in the past 15 years, some outstanding governance reforms happened, mainly because people have had stability, right? And that stability has been central to being able to drive better administrative action. You simply can't do this if you're moving every 15 months, okay? The most basic, most you can do is make sure there's no disaster on your watch. Okay? There is little time to actually do anything if you have 15 months time. Okay? But there's a complex set of reasons for this, which again I won't have time for. There's a colonial legacy, there are political factors, there are economic factors, there's judicial factors. So people don't understand, for example, how much of our lack of state capacity is because administrative matters are stuck in courts and litigation. The average education secretary tells me they spend 30 to 40% of their time in courts because they're dealing with some litigation or the other, either with teachers, personal matters, parents, some association, something here or there. And in fact, the book by Dr. Somanathan and Gulzar on state capacity, which I signed, has this lovely quote where they say, judicial interference in administrative personal matters are like a tapeworm that weakens the system from the inside, that nobody sees how it is enfeebling the system because of how much our time is getting stuck in courts. In one state I've worked in, the position of law education officers vacant 70% because they couldn't agree on harmonizing the seniority list for promotion of people hired in different schemes. The case went into the courts, it was stuck for 5 years. So for 5 years, basically there is no appointment at that level because it is just stuck in the judicial paralysis. Okay? So these things really, really matter. But the reason this is so complex is what Lamb Pritchett calls premature load bearing, okay? Which is when you put more weight on a structure than it can take, then the structure actually gets weaker. Okay. So the example I use is of weightlifting. So if you want to build muscles, the way you do this is you lift 5% more than your capacity every day, and then the muscles tear and rebuild. Okay. But if I lift double my capacity, I will collapse and die. Okay. So similarly, what happens when you overburden the system with more than what it can deliver? You're spending time allocating the benefits. Then you're spending time adjudicating disputes. That is all time that is not being used for delivery. So what I use is to say in India, the government is legislature, passes entitlements beyond the capacity of government is executive. And then government is judiciary, holds government is executive, and contempt of government is legislature. Right? So every wing of the government is acting rationally, but collectively tying the system in knots. Okay? Because everybody is doing what is rational in their style. So that's why it's a wicked problem, because it's a system level issue, right? So the thing with IAS officers who read the book, it's a right? Like, but the point is that nobody has the kind of span of control to kind of work on all of these issues, because even as a principal secretary in education, personal reform requires GAD, requires law, requires finance, requires planning, like, and you just can't do it even if you know it needs to be done. Okay, so part of the point of the book is what in game theory we say, moving from private knowledge to common knowledge. Okay, so it is then something that everybody knows, and then we can hopefully act on it, and we'll talk about that in the next time. So the bottom line, when we think about and the colonial legacy is really, really important to understand, because remember, part of the core function of the colonial state was they focused just two things, right? Law and order and revenue collection, because it was an extractive colonial state. It wasn't set up for the development of independence. There's a reason why the most important officer is still called a collector. You're collecting revenue. Okay, so आप choosing के development के लिए नहीं आए, right? So, and that legacy is still there in many aspects of the system, which I talk about in the chapter. Okay, so bottom line is, the democratic Indian state, the political process has brought democratic expectations on the state. Okay, but the machinery and design of the state has not yet changed from being a colonial state designed to rule to a modern democratic state designed to serve. Okay? And the corollary to that is that the agenda I'm talking about is not just one of efficiency and cost effectiveness. It is a moral imperative, because the task of building a more effective Indian state is the great unfinished task of Indian democracy itself. That how do you deliver the promise of democracy to your citizens? And there's no getting away from the state. The state, because here's the way to think about it, right? Democracy, the ideal of democracy is one person, one vote. The ideal of the market is 1 rupee, 1 vote. So the market values you on the basis of your ability to pay, right? Whereas the democratic ideal is every citizen is equal. Now, what is the only site in the society that everybody is equal? It's the state. Right? So the state is where the most marginalized have an equal claim on, which is why you can't walk away from the centrality of the state. And that's why it's the great unfinished task of Indian democracy itself. Okay? So that is just a background. Now, the core of the book is not just to say, okay, we have a problem of state capacity. It is, what are you going to do about it? And how do you really think and conceptualize how do you build this? Okay. And so what I'm doing here is there is high quality micro evidence over the last 20 years in different areas, but organizing this in a way that relates to effective organizations, whether it is public or private. Okay. So these 6 core ideas in chapter 4 to 9 apply to the government, but also apply to any global multinational company. Okay, which is in any private sector company. What determines org effectiveness is, first of all, what are your targets? What are you measuring? Right? So what you measure is what gets done. So what is the target of your quarterly review? Is the core of what, that's the North Star that guides the entire organization. Okay. So data is foundation. Second key is personnel. How do you hire? How do you pay? How do you promote? Okay. And the properties, the attributes that you promote for in an org effectively become the culture of the organization, because that is the value that I think model saying this is what gets you promoted. Okay? So whether you say it or not, that's what becomes the culture of the org. Okay? The third key part then is, how are you spending your money? Where is the budget growing? Where are the budgets shrinking? And that same point applies to public finance. Okay. So what is your revenue model? Applies to the government. If you're a global multinational, what do you do in the global head office, national head office, field office? Is federalism and decentralization in a complex kind of federal system? What do you optimally do with different levels of government? And then state in the market is, what do you do in-house and what do you source from outside? And these are again core aspects of any org effectiveness, and it also applies to the state. Okay, so the way that these chapters are structured is that the first half. So when Greg Mankiw, who was my macro teacher at Harvard, when he came back from being chief economic advisor to the president of the US, he wrote a very nice JEP piece called The Macroeconomist, a Scientist and Engineer. Okay, so the point is, part of what we do is science, which is to understand the world, and then you want to use that understanding to build a better world, and that's the engineering. Okay? So similarly, the first half of every chapter is social science, and the second half is systems engineering. That how do you use that scientific understanding to then build better systems? Now, again, this is not gospel truth, right? This is just my attempt to put some structure at what might be possible solutions to then be iterated, evaluated, more RCTs, and kind of an ongoing journey about how we test on this. Okay. So I'm not going to have time to get into solutions, right? But the next 6 slides are going to be depressing, I warn you in advance, because I'm going to talk about how deep the challenges are, okay, in each of these 6 areas. And now here's the good news. The good news is you're starting at such a low base that there's so much to improve. Okay, so instead of complaining about this, you can say, "Hey, there is so much to do." Okay, so that's the positive spin. Okay, on what I'm going to show. Okay, which is true. I believe. I'm an incorrigible optimist, but I'm also a realistic optimist. Right? So you start by acknowledging reality, and then you say, "Oh, you get better." Okay, so that's data. Right? And here's a very simple slide. Okay? And what this is from. I can mention the state list Madhya Pradesh, where the government very sincerely tried to do this attempt to track learning outcomes of every child. Okay, so this was a scheme called Pratibha Parv, where they invested a lot of effort. In fact, Niti Aayog called it a national best practice, where they would independently design papers. They would really put a lot of effort in testing learning of every student, saying that we need this to monitor outcomes. Great. Then along comes Abhijit Singh, who's now the head of education at Kerala. And he does this independent audit study where they go and retest a sample of the same kids on the same question, okay, within 1 month of when the official data is entered. And what you see in the official data, there is no child scoring below 65%. In the independent audit data, there is no child scoring above 65%. Okay, so that is how much the data is inflated. Now, why is this such a tragedy? It is a tragedy because we have wasted 20 years as a country on this. Because since 2005, Pratham has been doing independent household survey measurement and saying kids are not learning. And the problem is a joint secretary in private can admit, okay, there is something here. But officially, they have to work with the official data. And in the official data, there's no crisis. Sab changa si. Right? And so this is now, but it's a global phenomenon, not just India. This is non-political, non-partisan, every state, every sector. Okay, that the administrative data integrity, like at the ground level, is a serious problem. And every serious researcher knows this. That's why we always collect our own data. Improve systems at scale. See, you can do some surveys here, but you can't improve systems at scale till you fix that ground. This is true of malnutrition. Even a state like Tamil Nadu, okay, high functioning state, better functioning state. The official rate of severe malnutrition in the ICDS data is 1%. In the NFHS, it's 8%. So it's 8 times understated. Now, why does this matter so much? Because our entire policy is to say your normal S&P allowance is 5 rupees a day. If you're severely malnourished, you get 9 rupees. But I'm not going to trigger that extra fiscal allocation if I'm not even classifying the child at the entry. So that's why the data is foundational if you want to be able to truly accelerate. Okay. And the good news is I have a bunch of ideas on how we can fix it, and there's a lot of relatively simple things to do. So we know what to do. We just need the will and the ability to get it. Okay. So then personnel. So contrary to popular belief, the Indian state is one of the most understaffed in the world. Everybody thinks this is big bloated bureaucracy. But employees per capita in India is 1/10 of Scandinavian welfare states, 1/5 of the US, and 1/3 or 1/4 even relative to China. And now, why do we have so few people? It's because Indian government employees are the most overpaid people. Now, that is not true at the top end. It's not true for the top 1% in the because relative to what that talent will command in the private sector, they are underpaid. But for 98% of government jobs, the government pays way higher than the market. So this is teachers in Andhra about 15 years ago. But you see the government salaries are about 6 times higher than the private sector. 6 times higher. So the basic problem in state capacity is that we pay too much and don't hire enough. So going back to the Tamil Nadu ICDS story I said, just putting that one extra worker on the ground dramatically improves outcomes. But all the money goes to the unconditional increases of the existing workers. And with Anganwadis, it's still less severe than the regular unionized kind of government. Okay. Now, but this is a much deeper problem. It's much deeper than just state capacity. Okay. So if it was just about state capacity, it would be fine. But this is the tail that wags the dog of the entire education system. Why? Why do we have an education system that produces lakhs and millions of graduates with no skills? And that's because the most lucrative employer in the economy is the government. And that only requires you to pass an exam. Which means your entire education system is focused on cracking an exam as opposed to picking up any real skills. And that is also the entire driver of unemployment among educated youth. So a recent study in Tamil Nadu shows that Tamil Nadu, not even UP or Bihar, 80% of unemployment among educated 20-year-olds in Tamil Nadu is because students are attempting government exam after government exam after government exam. Because that is the most lucrative job in town and it gives you job security. So 3 benefits, right? Salary is much higher, lifetime job security, and potential for all kind of extra income. So once you put those 3 together, it's completely rational as to why our entire 20s in this country is obsessed with government exams. Right? And so then you see that this is then the general equilibrium point as an economist, right? The structure of public sector labor markets deeply affects the private sector labor markets and affects your skilling ecosystem. So you talk to skilling providers, they'll say it's so hard to get people to stay because they would rather attend the government job rather than kind of because private sector may not. See, it's not like private sector may not really, there are jobs, but the jobs expect you to work. And they also pay market wages, not 5 times the market wage. But you see, that distortion therefore affects the entire economy. Okay. So there's a lot there, and there are a bunch of ideas. In fact, some of the ideas in that chapter are probably among the most important reform ideas, but hopefully we'll have a chance to talk about it later. So here's a very, very simple but very powerful picture. And any economics student here at Krea can use this for any of your projects. Okay? And the basic idea is very simple, that how should we think about the quality of expenditure? So in the private sector, an investment is allocated based on the rate of return. Now in government, you say, I'm not just maximizing return, I also care about equity. Fine. So you can take every major line item in the budget and put it in this very simple 2x2 of saying, what is this doing for efficiency and what is this doing for equity? Now, reasonable people can disagree about policy ideas in region 2 versus region 4. Okay? So an example of a policy that improves efficiency and may worsen equity would be moving to a uniform GST. So uniform GST will be substantially improvement in terms of efficiency because there's a huge amount of compliance cost that comes from having too many tiers. But it is potentially at the cost of equity because you may be raising taxes on some essentials. So that is a sit over here. Then there are things like the PDS that improve equity but probably cause a lot of inefficiency in the food economy. So reasonable people can disagree about that. But where I want to build some national consensus is to say that there are so many ideas that are here that we are not doing. Like I think the extra Anganwadi work, we estimate has an ROI of 2000%. So the efficiency is huge. And it disproportionately benefits the most marginalized who are using the public systems. It is perhaps the best way to female empowerment in one stroke to save 1 million new jobs for women in villages. So it's good for women, good for children, and good for the marginalized, but we don't do it. Okay? So if you then think, but where does the money go? The money goes to pay commission increases of existing government workers, which is, certainly doesn't improve efficiency and certainly worsens it. Okay, that's what it means. Now let's think about rural development. So what the research shows is a program like NREGA sits up here because NREGA is incredibly good for equity because it targets the landless, the most marginalized, the people who actually have to do the work. And what we show is it's also, and this was a surprise to me, we find that research that econometric paper, we find that it substantially improves overall efficiency because it counteracts the landlord's monopsony power and actually forces up market wages and improves the purchasing power of the entire rural poor, which then has a multiplier effect on the small and medium enterprises. So we find that when we improve implementation of NREGA, we found a substantial increase in non-agricultural enterprises, non-agricultural employment. Okay? And that multiplier effect of the economy was about 8.5 times the size of the NREGA effect. So that's an outstanding program. Okay, but where do we spend most of our money? We spend like tens of thousands of crores on free electricity for farmers. It's probably the single worst policy we have in the country. Why? Because you do the incidence by landholding, and you'll see that the top 5% of landowners basically get 50% of the subsidy, because most of that money is going to the rich landed farmers. It is responsible for the destruction of our water table. 80 to 90% of water in India is used for agriculture. And so the basic economics here is when I make something free, you then have places growing paddy and water intensive crops that have absolutely no business doing that. And that actually hurts the structural transformation because the subsidies are keeping people stuck in low productivity agriculture. You can take that same amount of money and give it to people as welfare, but unlock it from being stuck in low productivity economic activity. You see? And most, about 20% of our Delhi pollution comes from the stubble burning, which is again happening because people are growing paddy but there's no business growing paddy. So it's an example of things that are bad for equity, bad for efficiency. Oh, and also our discounts are bankrupt because of this. It's bad for industry because finance doesn't give the discount enough money to cover the industry. And that hurts our industrial competitiveness. Right? So then these are all these intersectoral spillovers that come from kind of quality of expenditure. So remember, I'm not saying we should not do farmer welfare. We can do the same amount of farmer welfare, but just do that in a much more efficient way. And so part of this job of the economist, see, it's a political decision in the end as to what decision is taken. But our job is to ask the right questions and put the right data so that that decision can be taken in a way that optimizes user limited resources. Time. Yeah. So I'm going to skip revenue. I just want to say two important things, right? Which is our tax to GDP ratio of about 17% is exactly where you would expect. But the key point to remember is people say, oh, when people are poor, the government should do more. But when the people are poor, the government is also poor. In fact, in relative terms, the government is poorer because tax to GDP ratio is lower in poor countries because when you're more informal, your tax to GDP ratio is lower. And so that increases the premium on cost effectiveness and value for money because the cost of every rupee raised is much higher. And that's kind of the Kelkar-Shah point. That's decentralization. And this is a cross-cutting issue. Okay, so first principles of federalism will say that the policies that need to happen at the center are those that require economies of scale and coordination. The policies that need to respect kind of variation in regional preferences should happen at the state level. And topics that require rapid action and acting at a local level should sit with local government. So by first principles of federalism, service delivery should sit with local government. But India is the most over-centralized country in the world by far. So when we look at China, we think of China as this big, strong communist country. In fact, in China, over 50% of public spending happens at the local government. In India, that number is 3%. Now, that number is slightly outdated. We've updated it, and it turns out to be about 5%. But that's all driven by Maharashtra. So Maharashtra is the one state that has about 25% local spending. But the average for everybody else is about 3%. And we can talk about why this is, but the bottom line is, I've had chief ministers who cannot take action against absent teachers because that scale is too powerful, that scale is too big. So in the end, the only way you kind of take on public sector unions is by strengthening the voice of the community and the beneficiary. And that happens through effective decentralization. It doesn't happen in a top-down way. So the decentralization point is a cross-cutting topic that fits every area of service delivery, so again, each of these chapters is like a mini book. Okay, so people look at me and say, boss, why don't you write a shorter books? I'm like, this is 600 pages, 200 pages are notes and references. But the right is 600, I have read 60,000 pages, right? So I'm already giving you a 1% synthesis of complex literatures. Okay, so each chapter is like a mini book. Okay, so you can just, if you just want a federalism week, just read that one chapter and then be enough to everything with this. Okay. And I want to skip state of the market. Okay, beyond just saying that, given this large share of the private sector, governments can actually improve public welfare a lot by making markets work better. Okay. And this is a very subtle point because, see, the government is a policy maker, a regulator, and a service provider. As a policy maker, the private sector is a tool because you want to deliver for the population regardless of the difference. As a regulator, you have to treat the private sector as an equal. But as a provider, the private sector is your competition. But because 95% of government budgets and personnel go to government as provided, the instinct of the government is to distrust the private sector. Whereas you can deliver so much more for public welfare by making markets work better and by leveraging private providers to research. But that also requires state capacity. So procurement regulation also needs state capacity, which we haven't invested. Okay. Now I promise you I'm going to be optimistic. Okay. So and the reason for optimism, see the reason for optimism, okay, is that because we're starting such a low base. Okay? The only way to go is we can do a lot. But here's the more serious point. The serious point is, if you think about the great debates in development in the last 50 years, okay, this debate is what I call what is well known as the growth versus development debate. Okay, that for every development outcome, richer countries do better and richer states do better. Okay? So the growth view is saying, hey, if I get 2% faster growth for 30 years like China, everything else will take care of itself. Okay, so just focus on the growth. The development view, prominently from Amartya Sen and John Grimes, is saying the point of development is not GDP per capita. The point of development is human development. And therefore, we should put privacy in education and health, and these are things that matter intrinsically to human. So the growth colors will basically look at the slope, and the development colors will point to the outliers. So look at Vietnam, look at Sri Lanka, look at Kerala, look at Cuba. You don't have to wait to get rich. You can get developed. You can get developed by prioritizing the social sector. Okay. So broadly in India, that is the 100% debate, right? So, but at some level, they're both right, because clearly growth helps human development. Human development helps growth. So what are we fighting? So basically, it becomes an ideological fight. That the center right wants growth and capex, and the center left wants social sector and education. Now, my point of departure is to say, oh guys, this is a zero-sum fight on budget allocation. But the elephant in the room is that the quality of spending is so bad, regardless of whether you're doing capex or social sector, that the return on investment of the governance and state capacity and quality of expenditure is so high that you can do more of everything because you are so far inside your feasible set. So the budget allocation fight is a zero-sum fight. But remember, you 10x ROI in all of this. And this is not just about social sector. I have a section on both quality of expenditure and capex also. Time and cost overrun is legendary. So this is not about just capex. Okay. So here is the optimism I promised you. The optimism is this picture is one of the great triumphs of development in the second half of the 20th century. Where you see the x-axis is GDP per capita. This is life expectancy. And what you see is compared to 1930, 1960, this has moved up. In 2015, it moves up further. So what that means is over time, you're able to improve development outcomes even at the same level of income, okay, without getting richer. And the key to this magic is newer technology. So in health, 100 years ago, the President of the United States could not save his son from a blister on his toe, a bacterial infection called latex. Because there's no antibiotics, there's no germ theory basis. Okay? So today, that is a routine thing that anybody can get. Right? COVID vaccine was discovered in a year, which is a miracle. Okay. So the point is that why have we done well in health? If you think about the key to human progress, and this connects back to research, is the key to human progress has been the creation of new knowledge, the transmission of that knowledge, and then acting on the knowledge. And in health is where we have the best established systems of RCT-based creation of knowledge, communities of evidence aggregation and kind of translation to practice, and then kind of a focused agenda of saying how do you act on these things. So the question is, how do you accelerate development in every other sector? And what do we have today that we did not have 20 years ago? Right? So in health, it is new technologies. But in all the other sectors, what we have is much better data and evidence. And that goes back to the core of the IFMR centers. So in the last 20 years, we had an explosion of micro data, explosion of computing power, better research methods that has given us the evidence that underlies the environment. And the free lunch is that there's enormous opportunities to improve spending quality because we spend so much money on things that have no impact. And we don't spend enough on things that have. And the importance of research for all of us. Why do we do the research? See, as an economist, I don't worry about how Maruti produces its cars or Cognizant produces IT services. Because you face market prices for inputs, market prices for outputs. If you're not efficient, you'll be competed out. But the government can spend taxpayer money badly for a very, very long time. It's always easy to waste other people's money. So the return on investment of better knowledge is just incredibly high. So let me just give you one example. So this is just one study. But I consider this perhaps the most important picture to understand education in India. One of our studies in Rajasthan with 6,000 kids in 4 districts, right? And the x-axis is the grade in which you're enrolled. The y-axis is level of learning. If the kids are making progress as per the curriculum, they should be here in this 45-degree. In practice, the true learning level is about half of that. So the average 8th standard student has about 4th standard level. But now, with dynamic computer-based learning, I can pinpoint exactly where every child in the sample is. And what you see is that there are some kids at a 2nd grade level, at a 3rd, at a 4th, all the way up. So that is the kind of variation that the sport teacher has to deal with. Okay? And this is the unintended consequence of the well-intentioned no detention policy. That you're pushing kids through to higher grades regardless of whether they've learned anything. So it was well-intentioned, but now when you think about why is our education spending not translating into outcome? Now, one problem is governance, teacher absenteeism. But now think about the motivated teacher who comes to class. What this teacher is doing is, at best, teaching the curriculum in a textbook. But that's not getting you much learning because most of the kids are so far different. And so then that picture helps you understand why is our budget increase not translating. તો અત્યારે આ ક્લાસ વચ્ચે ગુજરાતીમાં વાત કરવા લાગુ તો હું જેટલો પણ ક્વોલિફાઈડ છું જેટલો મોટિવેટેડ છું બહુ સ્પીડથી ભણાવું છું પણ કેટલા લોકોને સમજ પડી જાય બે ત્રણ લોકોને થોડું સમજ તો હું કેમ આ કરું છું કે તમે બધાને 1 મિનિટમાં થોડું ફીલિંગ આવે કે દરરોજ લાખો છોકરાઓમાં સ્કૂલોમાં કેવા ફીલિંગ થાય છે. So what I've just done is just give you 30 seconds in the shoes of a typical kid in a typical classroom in lakhs of schools around India. And it doesn't matter how qualified I am, how motivated I am, how sincere I am. I'm teaching at double the pace. I want to get all the content across, but I might as well be speaking a different language if I'm teaching at a different level. And the point of research is this: now there's no place to hide. Once you see the data, you just know that my business as usual is not working. And that then gives you the impetus for what you need. So the good news, well, that is good news, is that if you look at our current rates of starting, they're at 35%. If you project over the next 25 years at 6% GDP growth at the rate at which income is translated and reduced starting in the past 20 years, you will still have 25% starting in 2047. Because that is how slow the conversion of income into outcomes has been. Now, even if you grow at 8%, that number only falls to 22%. Okay, and that is an upper bound on what you get by increasing the budget. But if you can double the efficiency of expenditure going forward, then even at 6%, that comes down to 7. And doubling is ambitious, but remember, I've given you many ideas that are 10x. And if you do that, you will get a tailwind back into growth, and that makes it more likely you do 8%. And then you dramatically improve. And that same logic applies to education. So let me just stop there in saying that it is a deeply optimistic book, but it's a deeply realistic book. It says there is no sugarcoating of the realities, but it's based on kind of a system-level diagnosis to then say here are things we can do. And I'm sorry for going over, but really look forward to the discussion from the officers. Let me have one last slide, which is relevant for students, which is what are we doing about it. Okay? So it would be very ironic to spend all this time writing a book of what to do, saying a constraint is state capacity, because things will not happen because the constraint is state capacity. So, which is why about 5 years ago, I also helped set up a non-profit called CGIS, which is the Center for Effective Governance of Indian States, which is funded and co-founded by Ashish Dhawan of Krea University. And we work with state governments to do deep analytical work with 5-year MOUs anchored in state finance departments. And we're already about 140 employees in 5 states, expanding to 2 more this year. We have knowledge partnerships with NEPI, the Capacity Building Commission, now with MOSPI and kind of geo industry as well. And at a very high level, the strategy is just kind of focusing on the systems piece, right? Because all of our discussion is still sectoral, right? Saying programs and budgets, but looking at data systems, looking at personnel systems, looking at public finance systems, right? That means the core kind of effective systemic piece with these 3 sectors of education, WCD, and health. Okay, so they're actively recruiting top talent, okay, which is why. So we generally don't, because it's such a long, complex journey, we don't talk too much about it. But the one place we talk about it is when you're recruiting top talent. Okay, so for students who are kind of excited to work on this, I mean, we're always looking for people. So I'll stop there and then turn over, to the panel. Yeah, I know we're probably out of time for questions, but maybe you can forward it in the back.
Compelling case for investing in state effectiveness based on microdata. Sorry, thanks, Professor Karthik, for that big picture perspective. You make a compelling case for investing in state capacity based on microdata. I'm sure you all have a lot of questions, but we're really running behind time. So we're just going to take a quick break for tea and come back for the panel discussion. But before that, we're going to take a minute to celebrate the creativity of the student community. So the official Synergy logo has been designed by a student from the School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences. So as you see the logo up on the screen, it's been designed by Isha Rathod. I request the Vice Chancellor to give out the prize for the logo design to Isha. The logo features a rising flame symbolizing motivation, innovation, and progress, with flowing curves that represent the interweaving of thoughts, ideas, and people working towards a shared vision. I hope you didn't use ChatGPT for this. Congratulations, Isha. So we're going to take a very quick break for tea. Tea is being served outside. Please join us back for the panel discussion in 10 minutes. I know you also want to check out the center booths, but we will have time for that towards the end of the day. So, yeah, thank you.
How do you speak such fluent? I was the only one who's probably understood. Oh, Amir is here. Of course. No, but came with you, because I was mesmerized that I was speaking such good.
I was trying to help you make your point.
Tell me how. I'm Gujarati. I don't speak Gujarati as well as you do.
See, the beauty is when I do this in the north, I speak Tamil. When I do this in the US, I speak Hindi. When I do this in the south, I speak Gujarati.
Wow, I'm Lakshmi, also an economist.
Hi.
And very, very wonderfully put.
Thank you.
We really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
I also teach economics, and it's good to see you because in 2021 you delivered a keynote lecture.
Yes,
Virtually, I
yes.
did that IGD. I did
Yes.
that IGD talk.
Yes.
How are you?
Wonderful as all.
But that is so,
I
so
remember
good to see. That is not available.
I know.
She's the tragedy in life is that
with me.
I really wish I could give you mine, but I can't find it. I will find it and I will give it to you.
Yes, he's here right now. So I'll
Also,
keep.
like reach out for anything collaborations we can.
Yes, and now with Krea it'll be pretty easy as well.
And all the ECG programs that we have been doing. And
Good idea. Yeah, thank you.
In the morning. Yeah, the microstatistics, the education, I came to it's very interesting. I wish I came in the morning.
But anyway, we'll come back.
But you said it was at 12. Okay. But now it's just a manual session.
I'll just go back and catch.
Actually, go.
யார் கட்டிட்டா விழுந்துருச்சா என்ன சொல்லுங்க சொல்லுங்க
Decreasing it further. You can't increase that.
an aim to reduce poverty by ensuring that policy is based on scientific evidence. JPAL South Asia uses randomized evaluation to generate credible evidence to answer critical policy questions and to learn what works and what does not.
We base so many of our decisions on factors other than having evidence, and just by adding evidence to the mix of our political and financial and staff constraints can lead to so many better outcomes at almost no additional cost.
In order to bring about change, JPAL South Asia supports the generation of evidence, synthesizes evidence, summarizes and disseminates evidence to inform policy making.
Really completely setting the standard for the highest quality in data collection and randomized control trials. But we are also engaging very deeply with partners, with civil society, government, companies, etc. And that has been done through the work of the whole team here in South Asia.
India office also helps set leadings for what the regional presence, what a globally informed but locally grounded organization should look like.
Point of JPAL South Asia was to be kind of a focal point for all the work we've done, not just in South Asia, in the world, and bring it to South Asia.
The Institute Award goes to advanced quality aims to build and deepen evidence on low workforce participation of women and to support in finding solutions that are gender inclusive in developing programs and policies. The three approaches they are adopted is investigation, policy engagement and outreach, and implementation action.
Hi, so IWIT is now it's going to complete 7 years in another month, and I think we have done some incredible work in terms of not only following what our mandate was to initially improve and sustain and engage more women in the economy, but I think what we have done is we have built partnerships, collaborations. We have had lots of evidence generated, collated, synthesized on all the enablers and barriers of women's labor force participation, And I think we have done some incredible work on care economy, how women engage in that, what is the use of that in the context of women's empowerment. There are many more and much more that we do, and we are very open to collaborations, partnerships. We are an expanding team, and I think after what we have achieved in 7 years, sometimes which has surprised us all as well, we are all set to move on board with what we want to achieve in the next few years. That economy, but overall building their agency, giving them the empowerment that they deserve, and create an inclusive world where half the world is also getting its due share.
Welcome back, everyone. We now move on to our next segment, a very exciting panel discussion on enhancing state capacity. And we have an esteemed panel of policymakers, academics, and experts to delve into this theme. I'd like to invite the chair for the session, Dr. Veena Srinivasan, who is the Executive Director of Well Labs, which has a mission to transform scientific research into real-world impact with a focus on livelihoods and the environment. In 2022, she was listed as one of the top scientists in the world working in this domain. Welcome, Veena. Please join us. Yes. We also have with us today Mr. Sampath Kumar, Principal Secretary and Development Commissioner of the Government of Meghalaya. He is a distinguished administrator with extensive experience across sectors, including rural development, women's empowerment, natural resource management, early childhood education, among others. Mr. Kumar has also conceptualized the State Capability Enhancement Project, an innovative framework aimed at strengthening institutional capacity and improving service delivery. He is also an Edward Mason Fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School. Thank you for joining us, sir. Our next panelist is Ms. Aarti Ahuja, with a career spanning over 30 years in both the central government and state administration. Ms. Ahuja has led several key portfolios and has most recently retired as a Secretary of the Ministry of Labour and Employment. She has also held several other key portfolios, such as Secretary in Handloom and Handicrafts, Women and Child Development, Health and Family Welfare, and Tourism. A seasoned bureaucrat and governance expert, many of the systemic reforms she introduced in nutrition and health have been recognized as national best practices. She has also been part of the independent expert group of the Global Nutrition Report and a senior honorary research associate at the Global Institute of Health, University College London. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Next up, our private sector representative, Deepthi Reddy, Chief of Women Empowerment at Reliance Foundation. Deepthi has previously served as the CEO of Samunnati Foundation and brings a wealth of experience across multiple social sector organizations, driving impact and sustainability. She is also the former head of investments and governance at Social Alpha, a Bangalore-based platform promoted by the Government of India and Tata Trust. Welcome, Deepthi. And finally, I'd like to welcome Professor Karthik Muralidharan to join us. Over to you, Veena.
Thank you so much and welcome to all of the esteemed panelists. I thought the way we would structure it is, if you notice, we have sort of two bureaucrats who, Karthik, I really liked your metaphor of the car, so I'm going to use it throughout this panel. But I think we have two people who were the motor and the engine of the car, and then we have Reliance Foundation as a CSR, who I'd like to see as an external augmenter of state capacity. So I don't know if you're the tape that holds the parts of the cars together, or the luggage carrier on top of the ambassador, but whichever that is. So I thought what we'd do is, I know that Sampath here has a presentation, so I thought we'd have each of the panelists reflect on state capacity from their independent perspectives, both reflecting on Karthik's presentation as well as their own expertise, and then we'd kind of go on to a set of questions and then open it up in a little bit to the audience as well. So Sampath, since you have a presentation, why don't you start?
Hello. Yeah. So, good afternoon to all of you. Hello. 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 Yeah. I think it's okay. Yeah. So, yeah, good afternoon to all of you. So, I think we had an amazing session by Professor Karthik Muralidharan. In fact, I am listening to him for the second time. So every time I listen to him, actually, learn a lot. In fact, more things you get connected. So this is such a deep, that in fact we thank you for the Krea to inviting me for this particular workshop. So I just wanted to show a few slides. Actually, this is an experiment we have been doing from 2019, in Meghalaya. So some of the things actually I would like to, again, taking back from, Professor Karthik, what he says, we also got some good enough period to, the tenure, what he's talking about, the stability, the government actually, which is the leadership, leadership got the second term. So it's like something like you can actually envision like an Odisha model. So it's something that, it's stability where, you can actually try things differently and do things differently. So the understanding of state capability challenges, basically we would like to just like put, some kind of a framework for all of us to, look at it. See, there is a low capability, there is a high capability. In terms of a low capability state, you would see in terms of the purpose, you would not see that the low aspirations, unable to drive systemic reforms. Most of the time, the states are engaged in very day-to-day problems, and state organizations are generally passive, and simply implementing schemes but not solving the problems. They just like check the list, checking the box. Most of the time they do. And coming to the citizens and communities, we see them as a passive recipients and beneficiaries, and they're disconnected with the state. State is always different, disconnected with the citizen. While we are envisioning high capability state, what is the purpose of a high capability state? Is an aspirational vision, because state means people have an aspiration, how actually they really want it to. So that's something that it drives systems wide reforms. When there is an aspirational vision, it drives systems wide reforms. And in terms of the state organizations, they'll be more proactive from passivity to, they would actually be, I would say, a lot of, as I said, like, there's a decentralized action, and you can call them like, in case of Meghalaya, I was just looking at some other book also. It's a, how China escaped poverty. So where, it's a franchising bureaucracy model. So a lot of decentralization that has its own efficiency in terms of actually getting things done. So innovation, learning, and adaptation to solve problems. In terms of the citizens communities, in fact, citizens are enabled to actively drive development, and they are deeply connected with the state. So this is a kind of a statement, like this is a kind of a framework with which actually we started working, and then we as a in fact this is a statement actually we had to say like exactly what Professor Karthik said. 15th Finance Commission, when they visited in 2019. They exactly said the same question. You are spending almost like a 50% of your state budget on staff, but what are the outcomes? What is the return on investment? So then we, in fact, our CM, Chief Minister, is a very innovative leader. What he thought, like, okay, let us, the main problem is silo approach. Let us actually bring a lot of collaboration. And he felt that, like, and he asked me, you take charge of all these departments. So this is something, it was scary, in fact, it really scared me. I took 2 months leave, earned leave. And then, thanks, there is a, I start reflecting with one IAS aspirant. She's now became an IAS, Jai Sharada. So we started writing about, like, what things to be done to make it different. So then we came out with the state capability enhancement project. So we thought, basically what is, we try to come up with, how basically what, there is a question like, what needs to be done. I like the framework again. What needs to be done for the state capability building, and how it should be done. These two things is our, we wanted to make it a more practitioner oriented of, work. So we felt like, the biggest thing is that, as I said, like, 50% of the people are, employed by the people, because state employees are employed by the people, right? So why they are not, the return on investment, how actually we can bring the return on investment. One, in the government, this entire mechanisms of performance oriented, that monitoring, that, which doesn't work. It's very tough, like, then again, they'll find ways and means of checking the box. So we felt the best way is that how can we actually build that public service motivation? How can we actually bring that intrinsic motivation? So where that can happen only if they can see their role more as leading the change. So we started investing a lot on one concept is we need to really build that local leadership for solving these complex problems while solving, in fact, leadership building while solving the problems. Not like, it's not by trainings. You make an effort and see that, like, how actually, you are changing rather than, giving a training on how to solve the maternal death, like, how actually you're making steps, So we started using one interesting framework. It's a problem-driven iterative adaptation approach, where the state provides a holding environment where you can actually experiment and, basically, and then you can make a progress. So we started using that. And then the second is, like, we really felt the citizen-state relationship is very important. One of the framework is that community participation. The state means state is not, those who are governing, but those state means those who are participating, who are actually the key stakeholders. So how to actually engage them. So we came out with a lot of ideas. I would like, on how to, every piece of work, including COVID management, we started looking at what is the community participation, how actually community would handle this particular problem. So then addressing some systemic challenges, like the way I'm seeing the Krea Center, understanding some of the gender issues, like systemic challenges, how to actually address those issues to, So then, of course, this is something, the fourth one. In fact, my colleague, Mr. Ram Kumar, in fact, I really credit this work for him, is one person actually as a district collector, so our district deputy commissioner, what he did, he used the data to show that, like, how actually we can reduce maternal death. So we made it a scalable program at the state now. So using data and research. So another thing is a very important thing, research. We really felt that research has a tremendous potential. People are not using the research utilization concept. What we say, you have a research, but that is only in the academia, but like we're not using in the practice. So we started getting that ideas. And then the fifth one is a very, very important thing, and we very closely work on it. It's basically building political supportability continuously, because unless that is there, this work cannot progress. So how do you do that one? That's also, so another, it's basically these are three things. And we also, the mission economy, Mariano Mazzucato, we put it because she says state has the capacity. State has, state can do things. In fact, not only can do things, state can do transformative things. So state can only bring transformative things. Maybe if I say another statement, so because it is the people. So this is something that, this is where we started actually with some small wins. I want to tell you very interesting. Madam was there in the health ministry. Meghalaya used to lose 25 crores every year because our immunization rates were the lowest in the country. And so we started applying these principles of building that entire decentralized leadership and, bringing that collaboration between different departments, bringing the purpose before the implementation of the programs. So that led to, you could see that when we could able to, reach number 2 in the country very, very, very short time. In fact, that gave our chief minister, wow, okay, this is something like we can feel proud of it, let's actually invest more on this work. So we got more authorization to the small wins. So this is the way you build the political supportability. Then this is the work that I just mentioned. In fact, this is a 50%, now it's 53 actually, 53% reduction in the maternal deaths in the last 4 years. This has happened again, this entire approach, as I said, data driven. One, we track every high risk pregnant mother data. And it's not like earlier we collect the data, now actually we are analyzing the data on a weekly basis. Okay, this on a weekly basis, when we started this exercise, every week 4 mothers used to die in the state. And almost like 56 weeks, you can understand how many mothers used to. So every week, and we used to understand that is the data. It's not data on administrative data alone. We used to actually collect a lot of this, the social and economic determinants of the data, like why they are dying. So very interesting data used to come. Like in fact, one of the things that has come up for maternal deaths, we found it's the gender burden in the state in a matrilineal society. So that's one of the major reasons, because women have taken a role that it's our responsibility to raise children, and without any birth spacing, they were actually giving birth after birth, and many mothers are dying because there is no birth spacing. That's why uterus was it's a lot of the challenges. Like so I'm just giving some example. Another important thing is there's a cross-sector collaboration, because that also we could able to do. Then, like I said, like women leadership, we thought like, okay, it's the cause of the deaths. One of the major cause of deaths is lack of that agency among the women. Our understanding, their health. So we started actually bringing some kind of a lot of focus on women's leadership, especially creating women's economic collectives. Today, actually, 95% of our households are covered under self-help group network. We also have this village level bodies where the affirmative action was brought in. In alternate election, only women can contest in this election. So this interesting policy that we brought before So then as I said, a lot of focus also was given demand side mobilization. While state is actually providing services and honing those services, streamlining those services, bringing the public service motivation is one side, but the other aspect was how actually we are some examples of like how to actually use the entire women's spaces, like to really address some of these challenges that what we have, like whether it's a malnutrition or whether it is like the maternal deaths. So in the process after 4 years, we felt like this work has to be institutionalized, and state has actually set up this government innovation lab and started actually proactively taking up other challenges too. So this is about, I mentioned about what and then this is the how actually the state capability work is done in this. There are 3 players are important. Maybe you can see this. So three important. One, you need to have authorizers. Who can actually authorize, yes, this is a problem, we need to address this problem. Stunting is the problem, I need to address the stunting problem. Learning outcomes is the problem, I need to address the learning outcome problem. So that authorization is important. Without that authorization, you cannot mobilize the champions or teams. There are so many champions would be there within the system, but you need authorization. So getting that, state leadership, that's what building political supportability is important. And then the champions, like as I said, like Mr. Ram Kumar, the collectors, there are champions, but they require, a lot of this authorization and, the kind of support that is required. And the third one is the work, a lot of, university, all students are there, like a lot of people are working with us in the Government Innovation Lab and also with Professor Karthik. So where you require facilitators, who actually understands, the development, who studies, in a much more, who actually can look at, so who can actually really help the both authorizers and champions to promote this work. So the final slides. So this is the kind of a practice of change. I just wanted to show you what I just said. So this is the kind of inputs, outputs, and outcomes. If you look at the map, I'll not pray. So this is something that as I mentioned, like once you one of the identifying the complex problems, one of the things how it works is that actually you need to take some problems like maternal death reduction. It's very emotional, and also it connects with everybody, and it can actually address many other problems. So identifying some grand challenges, I would say, and then assembling teams and using this frameworks, and then ensuring that quick wins, and then simultaneously you can bring very systemic reforms. So there's like a lot of systemic reforms. In fact, so once you show the quick wins, you can show a lot of reforms. For example, one example I would say in health sector, what we are doing. We are actually, the entire financing is going to be changed, like what Professor Karthik has said. We are going to have outcome-based financing for health department from this year, because again, those kind of systemic reforms could be brought because we could show the results. Like, it's a very important thing. And the final thing, state capacity in action. One of the things I just wanted to say is that, like, on supply side, yes, rebuilding that connective tissue, we call it, like a Land Pitchett calls it, between citizen and state, and reinforce purpose and empathy and intrinsic motivation. But demand side, building that social capital is very, very important. As Professor Karthik also mentioned, that, like, the citizens are not aware about their role. That's why actually most of the the government functionaries take the state for a ride, actually, honestly, most of the time, because if the citizens are aware of it, a lot of and we're also using a lot of science, brain science, behavioral science. That's a research, again, I'm talking about, to bringing this one. So this is a kind of a model that we have been working on. So that's so this is about kind of a partnership. Today we are going to have a partnership with Krea too. Thank you.
I think the last bit is really important. We're really looking forward to the MOU between Krea IFMR as well as the government of Meghalaya. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
I did want to invite Aarti and Karthik back to the stage. Aarti, we've heard a lot from two men about lots of things that were going to help women. So I'm actually going to balance and have the two women actually reflect a little bit from their own very, very long experiences on both what both of the speakers have said.
Who do you want to go for? Would you like to go?
No, I think it's okay.
Okay. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I thought I'll be speaking as a bureaucrat.
Yes, we do want you to speak as a bureaucrat first and then have a chance to reflect on what
While in the bureaucracy, I never felt like a woman, ever. I was posted wherever. But coming back to the bureaucracy question first and the state capability, what do we even mean by state? It's not us. There are like 5,000 odd IS officers in the country. Karthik mentioned about the size of the Indian bureaucracy as compared to other countries. Our foreign service officers are less than what Sweden has. So the state is the sanitation worker, it's the school teacher, it is the survey of India, all those are state. And when we look at the capability, if you were to parse it out and say, okay, the legislative part we do pretty well, the judiciary part we don't. We do the regulation part kind of okay, kind of non-okay. We do the administrative part kind of okay, kind of not okay. Our railways take all of Australia every day. They run on time. We conduct elections. We build highways. Maybe there are inefficiencies. Our PDS covers 80 crore people. Which country has something like that? So there are things that we do really well. And we are a young country of 75 years. So these are not bad achievements. But what has happened to capability are we have ourselves, you mentioned the term tied ourselves in knots. We have, over a period of time, we have certain wicked problems, which we are not able to solve. And the metaphor of the car is absolutely right. We started off, we are that generation. What happened? And this is my take, it's not concerned with what you said or you said, Sampath, is that we come from the society. The government is the society, working people, working citizens, working in different government jobs. First, I feel that we as a country have always had a scarcity mindset. We have this fear of failure. You see that in our education system, the extreme fear of failure. In the way our whole IT software industry has developed, it's only processes. Krishnan said, we are not into design, we are just assembly, right? The second thing is that because of this, there have been books written on that, we have got this jugaad mindset. It's good in certain things, but it's not good when we bypass systems. So when we are talking discretion at the cutting edge level, we need to balance that with a whole lot of other considerations. That is why the emphasis on processes, because we don't want that corruption to get engendered at that cutting edge level. But in spite of all that, it is still there. So the health, education, where the rubber hits the road is really where we have, in a way, created these knots for ourselves. And an increasing knot that is coming up is the whole urbanization issue. The way cities are developing, the whole issue of people migrating, and since you raised the women issue, what's happening to women who are migrating alone? Who is even seeing all the missing women? Who's tracking them? What's happening to women who are not even entering the workforce because of the binding constraints on them? So you mentioned, when half the workforce is not able to be productive and join in fast tracking the growth, then that is a wicked problem. But that wicked problem comes not just from government policies, it also comes from a whole lot of other factors. And I'd like to, if there is time, very briefly give the example. Again, both of you talked about the mission mode. We do so well when we are in a mission mode. We get charged up and we do stuff and then we get an award, etc. It makes us very happy because that's the only way to show that we work, right? So the assumption I want to make here is that anybody. So in our country, we have about 1.4 million registered societies. I want to make the assumption, I firmly believe it, that anybody who is doing public service, whether you're doing research, whether you're running training programs, you run a center, you teach, you run an NGO, you head a trust, you are in the government directly, everybody is well-intentioned. Whoever enters that space is well-intentioned. They want to do good. And people are doing a lot of good. It's just that many things are not seen, many things are not heard or recognized. Given that presumption, given that people do want to do good, I was in the health ministry during COVID. And when we talk of mission mode, COVID was a very good example of how everything that we are talking about in a way converged. There was data, there was evidence-based decision making, there was research. When we started in our country, those sanitizer bottles have that thing you press. We were not manufacturing it. It was all imported. That started happening. PPEs, we were not manufacturing. That started happening. The ventilators were all imported. That started happening. Data was used, we had heat maps of, so this whole your COVID testing centralized in the control room. We could see where this is coming up. And then IIT Madras was helping us with that whole thing. So it was a collaboration across society. Whoever could be roped in, wanted to get roped in. There were states where the panchayats were empowered. They were given the powers of the district magistrates to take action. That was the kind of decision making at the cutting edge level that was happening. But that was a one-off. But it has shown us that if we want, we can do it. And I think that is a lesson. I think it's a very good lesson to all of us, because if we have to progress, which we are doing, but if we have to progress faster, then it has to be collaborative. It has to be more people coming together rather than creating those boundaries. And I think the ultimate thing is that we have to trust each other. The civil society has to understand that people in the government also do a lot of work. They are well-meaning. Government has to understand there are a whole lot of other people outside who are even more well-meaning, who even put a lot of other things at stake. I see a lot of people working in remote areas so diligently with no recognition. We need to be out there and facilitate that. And that is how I think that's where the future lies, not in any side thinking that, the other is less or other is less committed. That's my first take.
Deepthi, I was wondering whether you want to reflect because you're sitting outside and you're also on one hand observing, on the other hand actually trying to augment. So how does that, how just reflect on what you've done at Reliance Foundation, but reflecting on what all of the other three, Karthik as an academic and the other two as bureaucrats, of course, have said.
Yeah, maybe reflection just as the tape is what I will give in on some of brief illustration. We did intensive work engaging with Rajasthan state government on child and maternity health. And interestingly, the first 48 hours of the entire process innovations that we could demonstrate enabled that the government took it over, and that has contributed to rolling it out further. So I just wanted to leave that as a good example of practically what it means as engaging in partnership. Thank you.
I'm not going to let you respond yet, Karthik, because I'm going to ask one question which I think is a hard question. You did put a sustainability person to moderate this panel, so I'm going to ask a sustainability question. So if you look at the framing of the way you framed your book, but I think we had a brief discussion outside with Sampath as well, and then the stuff that Aarti just talked about. When you're talking about services delivery, it's really about how do we, it's a relatively short to medium term thinking. Now, a lot of the problems that we have are because of feedbacks that might happen over the long run. So let me give you an example of, if you give, as you said, free electricity to farmers, groundwater levels are going to come down. That's going to then make drinking water projects more expensive. If you give fertilizer and to farmers, that's going to increase nitrate pollution, which is going to increase stunting. But it's not the type that's actually going to be taken care of the programs that you talked about. So where does long-term thinking at all come in? And it's a question to all of you when we think about state capacity, because when you think about service delivery, it's the today, the now, let's, mission mode, we achieve it. But then how do we not have unintentional, we live in a lot of these games are zero-sum games. But the implicit in the education healthcare examples are not zero-sum games. So I wanted to have each of you reflect on this long-term aspect, and then we'll open it out to questions.
So it's a very good question. Actually, the long-term thinking comes again. It depends on various factors. Actually, honestly, one. The government should be stable. So, because to move such kind of a thing, so essentially that's what political supportability, what we are saying. So it's for example, in Meghalaya, the state wanted to do the education reforms because we have education learning outcomes very bad, and we had to rationalize teachers and rationalize educational institutions. But it's taking time because again, we are not really ready to do that. So one term was over. During the second term, a lot of thinking started. Now this time, we are actually showing the data now to the people. In fact, recently our chief minister made a presentation about what are the education sector problems. How actually, it's everyone thinks that education problem is teacher's salary. These are the only things that what Land Pitchett says that the donut. Like no one is actually looking at the center of the child is missing. So we started actually rising the debate. So it takes time for the long term things, I would say, and sometimes like very systemic things can happen, like gender reforms we could able to bring during the COVID time, because that's a time actually everyone doesn't have any, basically everyone actually looking for anything that will help local economy. So if you have more women's participation, I think it's good for them. So I think we need to, it also depends on the right moments of opportunity, and also it's a this is what I would say. But one actually very if we communicate more with the communities, it's actually easier to bring any system-wide long-term things. The problem is that we don't communicate with the people. We communicate with the media, we communicate with, honestly, it's not like there is no communication between the communities, and if we do that, it comes up. This is our experience.
So we are going in the same sequence. Yes. So just I'm no longer in the government, so I'm going to zoom out and give that perspective. So the thing is, in the long run, we're all dead, like Keynes said. So where is the incentive to think of the long term, right? As a politician, as a bureaucrat, I want to show that I did this today. It's ascribable to me, right? I will do what is immediate. I don't want to do something with a long gestation period, which is, 10 years down the line, somebody will say, oh, I did it, and then I'll be squirming. I don't want to be doing that. That is the incentive built into the system for anybody. However, having said that, as secretary in the government of India, and this probably doesn't happen in the States, but in the government of India, actively, there's a Vision 2047. Right? So sectoral groups of secretaries, we sit together, we actually sit together and we discuss where is it that we want this group, not my department or your ministry, where do we want our country to be in 2047 in this respect, and it's a collaborative exercise. So I would say as a country at the top level, this is happening and it's happening with all seriousness. The only issue is what we were talking about is the systems thinking approach. We are currently, I don't think with the mega trends that are happening all over the world. Krishnan talked of AI, there's climate change, there's the whole demographic shift. With the mega trends happening in such a fast pace, I don't know if we as a country, or even at the state level or even below that, whether we are adequately equipped in a way as to handle it and be ahead of the curve. So though we are planning for the next couple of years, there are events that may surpass us that we don't even know anything about.
I would maybe as a long-term standing in between for the past 10 years that Reliance Foundation has worked in, touching about 80 million lives and pan-India across geographies and so forth in different sectors, education, health, rural transformation and so forth, to the next 10 years of journey, corely focused on children, women, youth, clearly dimensionalizing the entire work as more partnership perspective for the future 10 years with the government machinery, the partner engagement and the community ecosystem. There have been early works of progress in different states that we have seen on this new paradigm shift that we have for ourselves looked at. Again, coming back, connecting to the growth versus development debate is where we are with outcome focus.
Is this on now? Yeah, I think it's on. Yeah, so thanks so much. Let me say, a couple of things on long term and then a couple of things on state capacity. On long term, you kind of alluded to saying that a lot of this state capacity service delivery is short term, right? Which is why my own thinking on state capability, has evolved from the time I started writing to when I finished, right? Because the traditional view is to say policy is fine, implementation is the problem, whereas state capability applies to policy making as well. And implicit in that is the long term, right? Because, so what I've done is, so on environment and sustainability, in fact, I say in the intro, I don't have a chapter on this per se, but it shows up implicitly in the public finance chapter, it shows up in the health chapter, it shows up because essentially what I'm saying is that when you take that 2x2 seriously with regard to thinking about your budgeting and policies, then a lot of this actually gets baked in. So the general equilibrium consequences of saying, so a lot of the book in fact then talks about how actions happen in one silo that then end up with negative effects in other silos, right? So, and I think at the center, there might be this committee of secretaries, but at the state level, there's often nothing like that, right? I mean, and so even if you just look at the jobs agenda, right? So the jobs agenda, actually nobody's responsible for it, right? If you think about it. So the finance department thinks about, can I afford a scheme? The tax department can be using GST data to have deep analytics on the economy, but they don't do that. They are just focused on their collections, right? Housing department should be thinking about, how do I create more low-cost rental housing? But they think about their job as building low-cost housing on existing government patches of land, right? So just breaking the silos of government to say this is an all of government thing to look at these linkages is something that's needed, and I talk about. The second thing with regard to kind of these pressures that Atiji was talking about, I couldn't agree more, and that's why chapter 17 then has this chapter on reimagining institutions, right? Which is, in the end, in any kind of modern democracy or kind of well-functioning state, you do have institutions within government that are mandated with a longer-term focus that kind of provides certain checks and balances. So in the US, for example, you have a congressional budget office. That means you can't just announce schemes without some independent scoring of what this is going to truly cost, right? So part of that is then saying, what are the institutional investments we need to make? So think about it. So data, so in the 1950s, we built some of the world's best statistical systems. Our CAG is like world class. Our UPSC is world class, right? So you need institutions even to kind of build these elements of state capacity. So then the last thing I want to say, and wanted to pick up on what, what Sampath's talk was about, is I cannot emphasize enough the importance on what Atiji was also saying, that this is a collective effort and that we have to decentralize a lot more. So the most powerful quote on decentralization, which I have from Ashwin Mahesh, who's this advocate of decentralization Bangalore, and he says the best way to solve our many problems is to increase the number of problem solvers. Okay, and so too much of our discourse still looks at government of India and saying, what are they doing, right? I mean, states in India are bigger than most countries. Okay, so we really need states to step up kind of both their thinking, their action, their planning, and like what you see in Meghalaya. See, the difficult thing about doing any reforms in India is we are so unique. If you bring an idea from somewhere else, people will say, "Arey, ye India mein kaam nahi karega." Okay. If you bring a new idea, they'll say, "Has it worked anywhere else?" Okay. So then you're kind of in this chicken and egg. Okay. So one way to solve that problem is to kind of de-risk experimentation by encouraging a lot more localized experiments, whether it's states or even districts. But this is then the challenge, going back to what I think was being alluded to earlier, is a lot of experiments happen but don't get documented, right? So an individual officer will come and do a bunch of things, and then he or she will move on. The next person has their pet project, right? So there is a lot of innovation that is not documented and studied, and that then becomes the role of the academy, these research partnerships, because the officers don't have the time to both do it and document it, right? So but if you partner, get the research, then the research and the documentation becomes an important ally for then the long-term distribution of some of these ideas. So yeah, so we can talk more, but I'm overall, I think,
no, but that's a really nice note on which to, because this is a research community and it's a call for many problem solvers but many documenters of that. And so I think we have time for 3 questions. What I'll do in the interest of time is to open it up and collect 3 questions and then have the panel respond. Is that okay? Yeah. So Soumya, and then, so we have Soumya. I'm sorry, I don't know, lady in the front.
Am I audible? Yes. So I'm a faculty, I teach economics at the business school here, and my question to the panel members is that in terms of state capabilities, international organizations have played a huge role in country like India, especially if we talk about WHO and UNFPA. Now, with all the restrictions and policy change happening in US, and what we hear every day that US is now not a member of WHO and putting a lot of restrictions on UNFPA, how do you see that will affect our state capacity in coming future, or do you think that there is no impact of that overall in the short or medium run? Thank you so much.
I think the lady and then Suresh after that.
Hi, I'm Yashita. I'm with the Gender and Digital Hub at Lead at Krea University, which is one of the centers present here today. Want to take a moment for everyone in the room, and especially there are a lot of young students from all over the country, to acknowledge the work Sampath sir is doing, because Sampath sir and Ram sir, because you often, as a person born and brought up in Delhi, hear from a lot of my colleagues that I have to come to Delhi, I hate this city, but I can only find work here in the policy or research space primarily. So building those kind of local institutions is superbly fantastic, and having worked with the team, they're doing a great job. My question comes from my line of work. In today's day and age, everybody's thinking that digital technology, AI will solve everyone's problems. And I am grappling with this personal thought, which is I interact with frontline workers on the ground who are given 20 apps to work with, thinking that digital will solve their problems, which is not the case. And at the same time, their only feedback is give us more data entry operators, give us more support. Where is the money going to come from? How do we tackle these complexities? As you rightly mentioned, state is not about a bureaucrat, it's about the person on the ground. And the long-term vision, how does it address the money? So where does it come from?
I think there's one, that's the last, we'll take this question and then open it up.
Hi, I'm Madhvi, and I primarily work on ECD interventions, but I also do a lot of basic work in terms of trying to understand cognitive processes and all of that, because I'm also a developmental psychologist and a cognitive science person, but have really appreciated the translational work in terms of trying to look into ECD interventions when I was in Haryana as well as in Telangana and recently in Andhra as well. Some of the very small scale studies that we have done and looked into in trying to address some of the issues like school readiness and the kind of some of those infant indicators, or also the first 1,000 days of life and all of that. But the key thing that we are always targeting to really see is the SDGs are kind of ballparks for us to really say, oh, we need to achieve some of these SDGs in terms of maternal and child health, in terms of gender equality, in terms of all of the other SDGs that are enlisted and all of that. But how does the government actually look into in terms of addressing that these are SDGs versus the kind of our own national level issues and targets that we have, because we know when we are on field, we know there are practical constraints to be able to achieve some of this. And how do we address some of these issues in terms of looking into these practical issues? Thank you.
Do you want to start?
Maybe. Yeah. So the last question, I think, how do you address the national goals versus the state-specific goals? Very
SDGs.
International versus national. Because so we, in fact, this is a very good question. In fact, this is something that some priorities would change. Basically, again, checking the box. SDG has become a checking the box kind of a thing. If you look at the lot of aspirational districts data, so it's a district which is actually coming on top suddenly goes down, like, it's like a lot of variation. It's not like not constant, as the data has been shown, like one of the slides of Professor Karthik. The data accuracy is a major issue. Especially when we measure the data, these challenges are there. That's why we should actually talk about more about the outcomes. So for us, like, at least in Meghalaya, we see only the mother. Every mother, like, if from there ECD comes, from there everything comes, like adolescence would come. So I think that kind of a life cycle approach, like maybe keeping that mother at the center or the child at the center, that requires the state can do. It's a state leadership. If state follows, in fact, it was also discussed at the national level. In fact, even our Honorable Prime Minister also said, like, indicators can be state specific. It need not be as, written by, like, as SDG. So I think it's a call, actually. People should understand. I think once, like, political leadership understands it, they can drive this one.
Thank you.
The answer, very quick answer, because I think it's not fair for me to answer, but the point on money, actually it doesn't take much money, point number one. And we always look at ROI on infrastructure. We don't look at the ROI on development sector. ROI on development sector is incredibly high. Like what Professor Karthik already actually said, that little bit of investment, that little bit of money, definitely the state and be it the union of the all the countries, we have that money. There is not a problem in terms of that bringing the efficiencies. It's two things: only prioritization and not actually looking at if you want to satisfy the existing folks or you want to go attack the purpose. Purpose is what we are here for. If you're looking at improving nutrition, then you have to solve the purpose problem, not the okay, how do we make Anganwadi workers happy? That's not the thing. You have to see whether okay, the purpose is the key. When you do that, in fact, in health for the same data issue, when we had this thing, so we called the A&M unions. We asked them, what do you want? Do you want an extra person or you want some fund? They said, you give the funds, we will hire whoever you want to hire. We gave the money to the concerned facility to decentralize. Some of them wanted to hire their own son, cousin, nephew, someone they want to do the work, and fine. And actually, you will see a huge improvement in our all this data exercise and impact effect also. So that's.
Okay. Karthik, would you like to answer
answer whatever you want, and then I'll.
Okay. Yeah, so we let Karthik have the final word. So on the WHO and UNFPA issue, first of all, we don't really know how much of cut is going to happen. So it will be a little premature to answer. But having said that, what WHO and the other UN organizations do in India is basically technical support. It's not so much, we don't depend on aid. It's a very 0.101% or something of our total outlay. So we're not dependent on aid as such. What these organizations do is actually provide the expertise, the technical expertise and the cross-cutting issues that we need not then invest in. So to that extent, I'm not sure how much of their role is going to get truncated because of that. So that's first. On the SDGs, I'd like to say that, what SDGs and similar parameters or indicators, what they do is provide a framework. What is important to understand is that when it's a global macro framework, our country gets judged against other countries based on that framework. When you look at it, it's all about the individual. It is that person, their education, their health, their lives, whatever, their climate change. It's about that person. And that is the key eventually, whether we are talking national, state or local, that is the key. If we don't think of that person as woman, as maternal, as farmer, as PDS beneficiary, but think of that as this one person who's a myriad other things. And how do we prioritize and how do we reach that person? And the answer, I think, to all of us is so obvious. You need more problem solvers. You need collaboration. You need people on the ground to be there to do this, right? So I hope that answers kind of the question.
Yeah, maybe to Arti's response, asserting back again to the collaboration piece, Yashita. Certainly, the current happening of things that you see, we also have been global anchor partner. And clearly, I think money has nothing to do with the problem solution approach that we have. We are going ahead. So therefore, I think it's about how the partner engagement with understanding the ecosystem matters. That's all I would add to.
So two quick things. I think on the US kind of withdrawal from WHO and stuff, I think in a way it can be an opportunity for India because it also gives, see, at some level we are at this stage where we should be investing in creating our own frameworks and kind of being a leader for the global south. In some ways, what we create in India is often more relevant for countries that are, say, in Africa relative to what might come, even from the US. So I'm not too worried about that. I think certainly in certain aspects of global public goods, pandemic prevention, coordination, the WHO matters, but I suspect that things will and some of this is just symbolic, and it'll be fine. I think Yashika's point is a very important one, and I want to use that as a chance to kind of really push, not push back, but caution against what I see is too much kind of techno evangelism, like of saying, oh, AI is going to solve it, oh, technology is going to solve it. The thing is, at the end of the day, every one of these wicked problems are human intermediated, right? So the technology can improve the productivity of the human, but can never kind of by itself solve the problem. And again, I'm basing this on data and evidence, where we've done multiple RCTs on EdTech, right? So even this incredibly effective MindSpark software that we studied that worked in Delhi, worked in Rajasthan. In Tamil Nadu during COVID, we did an RCT where we provided tablets to households with the software, but the effect was zero, and that's because it didn't have the adult engagement to make sure the child was spending the time on task, okay? So the technology is not going to replace the human, it has to be integrated, and that is, I think, a very important caveat for tech projects, because unfortunately, I've seen in many cases where, and this is true even in things like Poshan, which is this national initiative to kind of digitize data on ECD. But the number of states we've gone to where the poor Anganwadi worker is expected to still maintain the paper records, okay? So if you then go use a time use analysis on the front, it's actually increasing the workload rather than kind of streamlining it, right? So I think the biggest problem for technology in government today, frankly, is that we don't have what are called in the private sector product managers, okay, that say, how do you reimagine a workflow once you have the technology, okay? So the way technology happens in government is there is procurement, and that procurement is for a system, and then often the same offline process will be moved online as opposed to redoing the process itself, because the person who does the procurement is often not there in time to kind of envisage the usage. So we really need, effectively coming back to more problem solvers, right? Even the IT secretaries in most states see themselves as essentially doing the procurement rules for IT projects rather than functioning as CTOs to say, how do you use technology to improve every government process and bring that product thinking as opposed to just kind of the procurement rules. And I think that's very low-hanging fruit, where again there might be scope for collaboration between institutes that understand technology product design, and then because again the government person is typically approaching this from a compliance perspective. So their biggest concern is tomorrow no issue should be raised about my procurement process for this system, as opposed to how did that change the workflow and improve productivity. And so I think that's a very important area where a lot of progress can be made.
I'm going to ask people to say their 10-second version of just one thing of how do you rebuild or re-engineer the car while it's in motion. I'm just going back to your analogy. I don't know, maybe we start the other way, Karthik, you start.
No, I think, because we do things well in mission mode, okay, I think it may help to even just articulate a vision for a state capacity mission, okay, where we say, and what Sampaji said was very important, and this is why the book is big, right, because there is a component of state capacity that's about systems, but you don't get capacity till you motivate it by solving problems, right? So what he was doing, it was the problem way, right, because that's what catches the attention, saying, I have to bring maternal mortality down, I have to do this down. So I think there is, but the core components of saying building an effective data analytics unit or building an effective public finance, it's not rocket science, right? So in a 5-year vision, I think states can actually do this. And again, I think Sampaji and what they've done can be a template even for other, for other states. And my hope is just that even a few states that do this will then set the template. So,
Deepti, you want to 10-second?
Maybe just articulate on the design piece along with alignment in every strategy that is rolled out to the ground, again with the focus on the beneficiaries, outcome focused.
Yeah, so basically I think we have not done systems thinking so far. We need to really start doing that on a very serious note, and once we start doing that, many things will, maybe not all, but many things will fall in place. Just that 10 seconds.
I love systems thinking.
So no, I just wanted to say, again, I think there is a tremendous, opportunities there within the state. I think there is especially as the researchers and everyone, a role for everybody. There's tremendous opportunities there. We think that it's very difficult to work with the government. In fact, it's like a joy to work with the government. only thing is that you just have to you start as I said, like if you get a right, just you need to fix that system, then it will be auto-catalytic process. For us actually now, it's like every day something new happens because it's a auto-catalytic, because inspiration inspired something, so it's like, as you said, like more problem solvers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if somebody was hinting to us that it's lunchtime, but thank you very much. That was a really enjoyable panel. Thank you to the audience as well.
Thank you. May I please request you to stay back for a minute? We have a small gift from our side. I request Veena to hand over the gifts to our guests. We also have another important segment before we quickly break for lunch, so please stay back with us. Sir, I request you to stay back as well. So we've really heard about the exciting work that's happening in Meghalaya, and it is really our privilege to be able to cement this association further through a memorandum of understanding, an MOU that's being signed between IFMR and the Department of Planning, Investment Promotion and Sustainable Development at the Government of Meghalaya. So I'd like to invite Kapil Vishwanathan, President of IFMR, for the MOU signing. Have to swap and sign both. Thank you. Yeah. May I please request you to stay back for a photo? Thank you so much. Lunch is being served at the Student Hub, so please join us, and we reconvene at 2:30. Sorry to rush you, but we really have to be back in an hour. Thank you.
you can just tell about what you want to do and
We'll wait for a couple of minutes. We'll wait for a couple of minutes.
yeah, I have no problem. Rima. I didn't give you my card.
So welcome back. It is now my absolute privilege to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Ashok. Founder. So Dr. Jhunjhunwala has been at the forefront of deep tech research, industry collaboration and entrepreneurship for over 5 decades. He is the founder of the IIT Madras Research Park, India's first university-based research park, which is designed to bridge the gap between academia, industry and entrepreneurship. His work has led to groundbreaking advancements in rural connectivity, renewable energy solutions and sustainable technologies.
I think you're settled.
Please give it up for Dr. Ashok Jhunjhunwala. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to come to Krea University. I was associated with Krea University when it was formed. I was a board of IFMR, and that's the time we conceptualized it, but it has become wonderful, grown like this. It has become one of the top institute in the country. I'm very proud of it. Coming from technology engineering field, I was not quite clear what this talk should be. Talked to Sharon a few times, but the speed at which she talks, it becomes difficult to figure out what is this about. So I just decided to talk what I can. So I chose making technology work for India. I'll give a little bit of perspective, and I'm going to keep going here because to change the slides, I have to be very close to this place. Otherwise, this doesn't work. Well, doesn't work. Yeah. Now, just to begin with, I was not there at that time, but I was told that in 47, when we were getting independence, India was technologically in a very, very poor situation. Over the 200 years, whatever technology that we had, and we had plenty in the 18th century, was actually destroyed. And so, we were in some amount of trouble. At that time, our forefathers conceived of 5 IITs. The task was very clear, that these 5 IITs would be an elite institution. Why elite institution? Later on, if you ask a question, I'll tell you stories about it. But these will be the cornerstone in building industrial, scientific and technological edifice of the nation. This was the actual wording that was there. There will be 5 autonomous institutions, will be funded lavishly, will have totally supported by international institutes, and quality will be the hallmark, and the objective is building the industrial, scientific and technological edifice of the nation. Very quickly I run through what all it did, where it succeeded and where it failed, to build what IFMRP is doing, I have to actually go through this. By early 70s, we are known to be amongst the top undergraduate institutes in the world. Many of our students, including me, I was a student at IIT Kanpur, we would go abroad, and when we go outside, particularly in the US, we will top everything. And we will start somewhat later, starting even becoming CXOs in companies. So, undergraduate students, we had got full marks even in 70s. But it was only in the 80s that we changed the gear. This is not as well known. We started creating some of the top master students. Now, one of the most interesting thing is, I joined back as a faculty in 1981, and I remember went to a small town in MP. So somebody told me, there is a nice factory that has come up for something. So they took me there, and I found that one of the CXO was one of the IITians. So it is the masters, not the undergraduate. Master students from different IITs went around pretty much any company, even the whole IT work that happened, a lot of IIT students did play a significant role in doing that. So master students we started producing very well. By 1990s, and this took time, we started creating PhDs. Now, one of the most interesting things happened that 1981 when I came here, we had only about 100 engineering colleges. The number of students graduated per year was 20,000 engineering total. And by mid-90s, it has become 1 million. Now, who is going to teach them? That was a big question. How are we going to get the teachers? Initially, it was a lot of problem. A lot of people said quality will be very poor, and quality was indeed poor. But what happened is that if you go today to any top engineering institute, private college, you will see number of faculty coming from IITs. So we started producing faculty who would then create young graduates around the country. These things are positive. Now, just to take a gear, another role, where I will tell you a little bit more about IIT Madras, but by and large. For example, when I came to India, I wanted a telephone at my home. My parents live in Calcutta. If I have a telephone, I can communicate. It took me 8 years to get a telephone. And do you understand? Can you think of what is the reason why it will take 8 years? Can anyone think of what could be the probable reason why it will take 8 years? Huh? That's not the reason. Manufacturing is easy. Could have been done. What could have been the reason? 8-year waiting list. Huh? It could be late. The reason is something very different. And the reason is something that this kind of university should play a role. It was the affordability. A telephone line to install was costing 40,000 rupees. If you take the depreciation, if you take the interest cost and operation cost, it needed a telephone bill of 1,200 rupees per month in 1981 for somebody to break even. Somebody who will set up telephone to break even, they needed 1,200 rupees per month, and my total salary as a faculty was 1,200 rupees per month. So there was no question. Most people, 97%, 96% of India could not afford a telephone. And 4% have the telephones. Basically, if you bring something from outside, 40,000 rupees converted into dollar was okay. 1,200 rupees you will require per month. They also require 1,200 divided by the dollar rate. Then people could afford it. In India, they could not afford it. In fact, so it was subsidized, highly subsidized. Only government can subsidize. We keep talking about farmer subsidy. We don't realize for years the telephone was heavily subsidized. Government used to spend actually, and the telephone bill used to be very, very small. So what we did is that at IIT Madras, this was one of the biggest thing that we are involved in, that we said this 40,000 rupees per line will make it 10,000 rupees. Why did we choose 10,000 rupees? We did a back calculation. That if it is a 10,000 rupees and if you take depreciation, interest and operation cost and the interest rate had slightly gone down, at 250 rupees per month it will break even. It was a pure economic calculation, nothing to do with technology. And I say, by 1990, we said most of us could afford 250 rupees per month. 250 was not that bad. So since our objective is to make it 10,000, we had no idea. After we understood the basic economics, that if we have 10,000, it is affordable in India and we will get 100 million telephones. Then we started saying, how do we go about doing it? Then comes the technology. What I am trying to tell you is that first comes the understanding of market or economics and basic things. Technology, any technology which does not come from that is useless. We then sort of say, how do we reduce it from 40,000 rupees to 10,000 rupees? It was considered impossible. And IIT Madras took the lead in mid-90s, came up with wireless telephony. Yes, copper cable was the dominant cost, but before we did that, several other things had happened. One was something wrong. I can get rid of the mic. So what happened is that, hello, now mic is off. So, okay. So what we saw, the long distance network cost was going down. That optical fiber was coming up. That was happening all over the world. We are also doing it. We had no problem. The second was the telephone exchange. That used to cost 12,000 rupees. There was a gentleman who came from US called Sam Petrola. I don't know how many of you have heard of. Created CDOT and said, I'll make digital exchanges. The cost will come down to 1,000 rupees. So they contributed, fiber optics contributed, but the copper wire cost was dominant. Laying copper wire. It had gone up to 25,000 rupees. So we took up a thing that we'll make it wireless. It was considered impossible because that time the wireless cost was 1 lakh rupees per line. But we said we will somehow make it. Once we did that, the wireless happened. Then we got from 5 million telephone to 100 million telephone in 2001. And then we had to further reduce the cost. It is no longer 10,000, it's more like 2,000 rupees per line. And that's the reason it is affordable, and we got 1.2 billion. So that was the first thing that we did. So as a result of this, we created a company called Tejas. I don't know how many of you have heard of it. It is only one of the 6 companies in the world today which has 5G technology. One of the only Ericsson, Nokia, Huawei, ZTE, Samsung, and Tejas. So in some sense, this work for years resulted in some kind of leadership, but in a very, very small area. ATM, and this was something that we did with Wagul, by the way. It used to cost 8 lakh rupees per ATM. And I had taken Wagul, probably all of you know about Wagul, to a village near Madurai called Mailadurai, where we had set up internet kiosk. And I told him, why can't we put an ATM and that will help in financial inclusion? He says, no, Ashok, it costs too much, 8 lakhs rupees. It will not be possible. And then I went back to him and so on, say, okay, at what cost do you want? So he smiled at me and said, oh, make it at 1 lakh. Actually, we developed the whole thing at 1 lakh, started selling. That's what we did. So there was some here and there, something interesting going on technology. Third thing that I want to talk about is emergence of digital banking. I was put on the State Bank of India board as a technology person. Technology I handled quite well for your complete core banking, all the technology. But one day, the board said that we will go off-site somewhere and everybody has to speak about future of banking. I say, I know nothing about future of banking. Banking itself, please do not ask me to speak. But there were people who insisted that I must speak. So I went to, when my turn came, I asked a simple question. I have an account in State Bank of India at IIT Madras. If I walk into bank and withdraw 5,000 rupees from that account, how much will it cost? My second question was, instead of withdrawing it from bank, if I go to ATM and withdraw same 5,000 rupees, how much will it cost? And then I asked, if I take a credit card and swipe, this was in 2005, we didn't have anything more than that, and spend the 5,000 rupees, how much will it cost? Initially the bank had no answer, but when we pushed them, they came with an answer. 70 rupees for if I walked into a bank. Bank was spending 70 rupees to give me 5,000 rupees from my account. If I was taking from ATM, it was 12 rupees, and if I was doing it from a credit card, it is only 2 rupees. Because that was digital banking. So I said that, well, then you know what the future of banking is. It's all digital banking. And why can't we just introduce credit card for everyone? I was told, no, credit card cannot be introduced for everyone because it's highly risky. So then we came up with the concept of OTP. How do we provide a OTP which will make the thing secure? And from there, we went one step further and say, all this credit card, etc. is no good. Why can't we do this from a mobile payment? And we created this Mobile Payment Forum of India, and took 6 years. Sorry, it took a long time after that. I was chairman for 6 years. Took a long time, and we laid the base for UPI. So today you know what UPI has meant. Today what you can do with UPI is almost unbelievable. But this kind of things here and there, occasionally we contributed. But if you look at overall technology, IITs were evolving, doing well, but we were still not cornerstone in building the industrial, scientific and technological edifice of the nation. Why? Because everything very important. I'm fairly certain that even this is important. Even occasionally, if it was adopting, it was still importing. And today that problem continues. It is at that time that we sort of said that teaching students, doing occasionally this work, getting PhDs is not enough, and we need to do something different. And it is at that time that we started talking about we have to seriously get into industry academia collaboration. We have to talk about startups and getting things. That is what we have to create technologies. Like we did in a few things like telephone, in mobile payment, in UPI, ATM, we need to do much more of that. And we built this IITM Research Park 2008, and we built it saying we need to bring 3 sets of people together. IIT itself will not be able to do. Yes, we have got very good faculty. So faculty who has width of knowledge, we said we have to bring industry person who knows how to make a product and sell the product. And we need youngsters. Youngsters were plenty in India. There were 1 million graduates by that time from engineering colleges. We need to bring these youngsters, basically inspire them. But the most important characteristics is that they do not know that it cannot be done. I remember when we talked about wireless in local loop and said we should do it at 10,000 rupees. All the experienced people sort of said not possible. But the youngsters who we hired to start working with us, they did not know that. So they were ready to work 16 hours. In every single thing that we have done, we have hired and inspired youngsters. Their biggest strength is they did not know that it cannot be done, whereas an experienced person knows that it cannot be done, and that's the end of it. So what did we do? We set up the research park. And recognizing that established industry in India still is risk averse, we said we have to do something more. We have to incubate companies. If a company is risk averse, fine. If she walks in and says, I want to do it, let's help create company. And that's what we did with Indian Incubation Cell. And we started doing well. It took us quite some time, but one of the most important thing is we took loans of 300 crore rupees when we set up the research park. We paid that back. It's doing extremely well. Today it makes a cash profit of 70 crore rupees. We did not take money from either the government or the industry. Same thing about the incubation cell. We had, by June, we had 350 companies. The value of these companies is 50,000 crore rupees. There are many companies, unbelievable. Unifor is a company where we invested 10,000 rupees. They gave us a check of 11.5 crore rupees during COVID. We needed money. There was a company called Medibuddy where we had invested only 4,000 rupees and they gave us a check of 14 crore rupees. There is a company called Goovi where we invested 5,500 rupees and they gave us a check of 4.28 crore rupees. There are 25 companies where we invested less than 10,000 rupees and they are giving us more than 10 crore rupees return. Now, this is just an example of how successful these things have become. Ather is a company where we invested about 10,000 rupees. I'm sure we will get about 25 crore rupees soon because there is going to be IPO. So, what was the most important lesson for us? The research park and incubation cell, the most important lesson is we were governed by an independent board which was independent of the government and independent of even IIT. If it was dependent on the government, if it took money from the government, or if you were dependent on IIT administration, you would have never got anywhere. It was lack of interference. In fact, if you look at again the time when IITs were initially formed, the basic thing was that yes, we will support these things, but we will not interfere. I think it is no interference and letting things done that makes the whole thing. And today we don't do that. We mostly start with interfering, and not just interfering, controlling, deciding. We were able to, the only thing that I can say is that yes, since I was conceptualized it and founded it and ran this for such a long time, that we did not accept interference. Independent board, yes, board can decide. IIT people were also on the board. There were few government people, but they are amongst the board members. They can in the board meeting tell us we have to listen, but they cannot. But if it makes sense, if board together says we have to do it, we have no choice. But fortunately, board had enough mix of people that no individual or no specific interest dominated. Now, all this has happened, fine, good, but sorry. The original mission, even after research park, is still unachieved. I just told you we are importing this. At most, we may be manufacturing this. Out here in Sri City, we may be assembling this. Technology belongs to somebody else. IITs and research park has to do much more. It is with this concept that we have gone even one step even beyond this and say, what happened is that about a year and a half back, various NASSCOM leaders got together and they got hold of me and said, this Make in India is not going anywhere. They're just assembling. Value add is very small. We need to become technology leader to take India to leadership position in at least 10 areas. And they just told me that you lead the thing. Initially, I was hesitant because I was already 70 years. But I said, no, you become the chairman of this organization and find the right people to be able to do this. So what I am now going to talk about is that what are we trying to do? This is less than 6 months old. How do we really design, develop technology and take leadership? India has about 70,000 scientists in the country. They are at IITs, they are at triple IITs, they are at NITs, they are at other private institutions, they are at CSIR lab, they are at DRDO lab, they are at atomic energy, they are at various places. What do? Many of them are very bright. Out of 50,000, will 500 be? 500 are certainly among the top 1%. But I'm sure, like Krea, they think their job is done once they publish papers. Occasionally file a patent. That's what we used to do. Till the research park came, that's what we used to do. Very little commercialization. That was not our goal. Research park started getting IIT Madras to move towards that. But what we need is a much more, many industries today have reasonable R&D. But if you go and look at the R&D, at most that they do, they import technology and then try to use local components, indigenize. They call it indigenize. That's all. Fundamentally, they are not ready to do anything. And on the other hand, we have large young talent, very good talent. Now, out of the 1 million engineering students that graduate every year, am I telling that 50% or 30% are very good? No. Actually, they are potentially very good. In their undergraduate, I don't think anywhere. Very, very few learn. Even at IIT, since I've been a student at IIT and taught for years, only a small percentage will really learn a lot. We'll learn to learn that, that's all. Otherwise, our focus is get good grades. That's all. But you put them in the right environment, motivate them, they become extremely good. The India young talent is unbelievable. And I'll tell you, give you an example of why I think they are unbelievable. After July, I started going around the country and started talking to people and meeting people. I went to, my youngsters have in them the will and guts to change this nation. That's the point that I'm making. They're not ready. You put them in the right environment, motivate them, they can do something wonderful. I went to IIT Kanpur. There was this man, young man, about 27-year-old. He had graduated from IIT Kanpur, did his BTech MTech, and then gone and joined Jaguar. Fairly soon, he was in UK, he was in Europe, he was in India. He was their leader in automated vehicle. 3.5 years, 4 years there, then he said, fine, I've done my work, I've learned whatever I no longer want to do that. He quit, went back to IIT Kanpur. When he went back to IIT Kanpur, there were 2 of his classmates who were completing their PhDs. And there was another person who was completing his PhD, and there was a professor who was, they said, in robotics area. Because that's the one which requires all the guidance and all that Aditya had learned, and we will become the world leader. And this created a company called Xterra Robotics, and they said, we will make the best robotic product. And in a short time, they started making all kinds of product, very low cost, completely developed the whole thing. The age of almost all of them, all of them was 27 or below. There was one faculty doing something, but with them. Well, this will say, well, this was in IIT. So what? Then I went to Chandigarh. There were 2 youngsters there. One of them is Divyam, another is Aditya. One of them came from Muzaffarnagar, supposedly the crime capital of the world, of India at least. And they had good friends, 7 or 8 of them. They sit in Chandigarh University. All that we have to do is prepare for our exam. Nothing much goes on. But they said, we wanted to do something. So he said, we will do something in the area of space, in rocket. How do you go about doing this? There was an NPTEL course, and I presume all of you know what an NPTEL course is, on robotics, on space, given by one of the IIT Madras professors. They went through that 4 times, completely. And then, fortunately, they were able to connect to a person, an old person, a retired person, a person who had got Padma Shri, who was retired from ISRO and took his guidance, somehow persuaded, and they started saying, we'll make a rocket engine. 500 Newton engine, they were able to make, because there was enough torque to do 500 Newton. Then they said they'll make 5,000 Newton engine. Look, they started doing and firing it in Chandigarh. They failed 12 times. Now, anybody else would have given up. But what they did is each time they would go through a detailed study why the failure took place and learn. They're self-learning, guided by this a person from ISRO. Also, he brought in 1 or 2 more friends because they were very highly motivated. It was the motivation of these youngsters that this person, senior scientist, say, I will bring people to help them. 13th time they succeeded. And they created this 5,000 Newton with nothing, with only 5 lakhs rupees that they begged, borrow and got something. Now they have created a company, 25,000 Newtons is what they are trying to do, a cryogenic engine, and they said they will be the best in the world. Most affordable, the best engine. And I believe they will do it. Well, this is from Chandigarh University. Then there was another youngster. He came from a college in Chennai, whose name also, even though I know, I've read it many times, I don't even remember. It's not a small college. So nothing was there, goes on in that college, I knew about that. But there was one professor who had done his PhD from IIT Madras in chemistry. So somehow this youngster, Atul, and he got along very well. And he started teaching about coating and diffusion. And unfortunately, this professor passed away during COVID time. But this fellow continued. And he graduated and started making coating and diffusion, which is far superior than any known product. He tried to sell it in India. Everybody poo-pooed him. He was able to go to Dubai. And at Dubai, some oil company he got, they saw that, they picked it up, tried it. 5 or 6 companies started using it. And he's making the product. Again, from where? What background? What did he have? Nothing. What kind of... But this is what the youngsters in India are. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But I can tell you about yet another people. These 3 people went to some Rajeshwari Engineering College or something like that in Chennai. They also got hooked. They were fans of Abdul Kalam. Somehow I will really make something to do with rocket engine. Then say rocket engine, a lot of people are doing satellite engine. They finished their thing, they didn't think that they know enough. They then went and joined MIT Crumpet in Chennai and said aeronautical engineering, let's do MTech, we'll learn more. They didn't learn as much. They went and interned in ISRO, they interned in Agnikul, they kept trying, came and then met us, started working, and today, after graduation, they have got together, again under 30, and these people have made green propellant. All the propellant that is used in space by satellites is highly toxic. And we just keep putting that in. They have made it a completely green propellant which can do 100 newtons. Where, how? What? They work very hard, 18 hours. I know all the beating that anybody who says 18 hours a day gets. But these people do the work for themselves. They're not doing it for somebody. And they learn in the process and do it. Another company, this person did his BTech from MTech from IIT Bombay, went and worked in a company called ST Microelectronics, working on power converter. After almost 10 years, one day he saw and said, what am I doing? Everything is coming from China anyway. He came to me, quit, and started a company. And say, I will make the best power converters. Why should we all the time import from China? So he's not making anti-China statement. He's just sort of saying, as India, we should be able to do it myself. And yet another person, he came from a small university in West Bengal. Somehow got selected by Microsoft. In 4 years, he was a star programmer for Microsoft. Then he said, fine, whatever I've done, I've proven myself. quit that, went to IIT Bombay for masters and started working on Indian language speech to text, text to speech conversion. Did his MTech, came and now heads the lab in IIT Madras for Bhashin. And at the same time started a company called Shabd. Those of you have time after this, I'll show you the kind of products that. One of the most interesting thing that he does, he says that everybody does all this kind of work using a lot of GPUs on the server, and therefore the costs will be very, very high. The GPUs on the server are extremely expensive. Mobile phone has a fairly good processing power. Can I do this on mobile phone? And he does 90% of the work on mobile phone. Ability to divide the work between mobile phone and the base, he does that. And there is another person, comes from some college in Bombay, small college, worked with a startup at Research Park, Detect for some year. Rima somehow got hold of him, introduced me to him, and today, unbelievable what he is doing. You need to come and see. He has a product where a virtual person comes and starts talking to you. And talk in any language, tries to figure out, you tell them what to do and they will do. I'll talk a little bit more about it going forward in a few minutes. But let's see. So this is the kind of startup that we, youngsters that we have. Entrepreneurs, therefore, has been highly successful in India, having introduced groundbreaking technology. But today in the morning, Krishnan talked about it, but if you take all the IITs, DBT, CSIR, DST, all the labs put together, has not done as much. Question is why? Why is this contrast? Are they more capable? The reason is very different. Entrepreneurs either win or die. They work 16 hours a day, sure. They take impossible programs, they take risk takers, would fail, fall, get up again and try. Not funded by the government, but by venture capitalists who are themselves risk takers. Entrepreneurs have full freedom to take decisions. And if they think that this area is not going to go, even though they thought this will do, they went somewhere, didn't go somewhere, they can change turn. Not the scientist in India funded by the government. Here, every aspect has to be defined in a proposal. Proposal has to be valid for 4 years. Even third year, what you are going to buy, you have to give a quotation today. All those things you have to define. Budget heads are cast in stone. I remember some of us went and met the Prime Minister in 2015 and explained to him that this is what's happening. And he understood this. He called his finance people and others and said that research work with road maapne ka kaam nahi hai. It's not like making a road which you can measure and give money. It's risk. You have to figure out a mechanism by which you put in money for risk. They all said yes, yes, yes. Nothing happened. In fact, they made more regulations. After that, only introduced the you have to give a quotation also. 3 years down the line, what you are going to purchase. Money does not come on time, impose all kinds of process for purchase and imports. Very tight oversight. Not because the government does it, and then say, our institutes do it on top of it. They become even more. Officers sitting there will say, do this, do this. For every failure, the investigator is ostracized. Becomes ostracized. So what do? In our proposal, there is no risk. We try to do minimum. We only put those things which we can do. That's a big, big problem. Cannot take risk. The technology, no, I have not done any science where things work first time. You will fail 5 times, 7 times. At times, you'll just have to give up that problem and work on something else. That's what science and technology is. And this whole system will not work. So we need something different. India, breakthrough innovation always meet resistance. For example, when we started doing this, all the time we got into trouble. For example, first question that I asked, is there anyone else in the world who has done it? I said, no. It's something that we have come up with. Oh, if you have come up with it, how do you know it will work? When wireless telephony was first introduced, we say, wireless? Okay. No question. I remember when Linux was first introduced in operating system. Linux as operating system? No way. ATM was made. We made the ATM. One mistake that we made the ATM with Linux. We didn't want to pay for the Windows. When Wagul only guided it, Wagul tried his best. What's the Linux? For ATM to be accepted with Linux, that's the only change. Everything else, after all, we are disposing money. But no. Linux is not safe. That was a term that was used. When mobile payments were first introduced from anyone to anyone, to any bank to any bank, question was asked, why do you think you will do it? Nobody else in the world has done it. When DC power lines was introduced, battery swapping was introduced, every time is the same question. We therefore, to build India, we need a new approach. And I'll very quickly outline what that new approach will be. And we are trying to do this with this organization called ITIL, which we have formed. You get you decide on an area, you find experienced in the R&D person, an experienced finance person. Sitting in IFMR, I'm talking, or in, sorry, I still call it IFMR, Krea, I am saying you need both a technology and a finance person, a person who understands finance. Understand finance, not accounts. Let me be very clear. Who understood that at 40,000 rupees investment for telephone, it cannot break even. It doesn't take too much, it requires very little, but you need to do that. And these two people have to be given a free hand. And what will they do? They will go around the country and try to assemble a team of 7, 8 people, 5, 6, 7, 8 scientists, technologists from around. No one institute in one area will have enough people. You will take somebody from there, somehow put the team together. It's a difficult one, but that's what we have done every time we have tried succeeded. We'll put 10, 15 startups. You have to fail and connect to VCs, industry, and if needed with the government. That is what approach that is going to do this. Now, the other question was, how do you go about doing this? So somebody told me, oh, why can't we take leadership in AI or quantum computing? In fact, I won't tell you who, but I was asked this. I said, okay, even if you are willing to give me $5 billion, and we are going to give us $5 billion for doing this, in US it will be $500 billion. And you expect us to compete? I said our approach should be different. You take our problems, our big problems, and solve them. Our big problems, nobody else is attending to it. Solve them. If you solve them, you can take it all over the world. And that way you become productive nation. So what I will do, then I'll give you some examples of some of the things that ITIL is taking, some of the things that we have been doing, what we are doing. Today in Chennai, you live in Solanganallur, you come to Research Park, 12 kilometers, an hour, 15 minutes. Hour 15 minutes coming, hour 15 minutes going, 2.5 hours, or if you live in Annagar and come to Research Park, the same. 2.5 hours on the road. We can talk about future, our century. Is this our future century? And so, this 1.25 hour complete tires you. So what do? I told my team, let's take impossible goals. I said we must get everyone from home to office in 20 minutes. 20 minutes. And I said, but we are doing it now. It has to be fully green. It has to take minimum energy. It can't be just flying or something like that. It has to be minimum energy. It has to be buildable in existing cities. It should be able to handle peak traffic, and it should cost lower than a two-wheeler. You put every boundary that makes it reinforces that cannot be done, and then you try to do it. Put this such team, it will look impossible. For a long time you will not, but if you are, I keep telling Rima one thing. There was a Hindi film dialogue. जब किसी चीज को शिद्दत से चाहो तो सारी कायनात तुमको उससे मिलाने की साजिश में लग जाती है. Same thing happened with wireless in local loop. Same thing happened when we did ATM. Same thing happened when we are building research park. And I think you do this and you will get there. I can take a very parallel but similar problem. Across the country, if I want to transport goods from Chennai to Chandigarh, it takes 5 days by trucks. On train, it takes even longer. Highly polluting. And as the GDP grows, it will even become more worse. We say we want in 24 hours. It must be buildable, affordable, scalable, completely green, most energy efficient. Put all these constraints and then try to look for it. That's we have started working, at least the first one we have gone very far, and there are kids, some 25 of them now working, and are pretty much defined. If I had to give a talk on that, I would have given. In fact, I came here, part of the reason is that we will probably do a full-fledged trial in Sri City for something like this. A pod system which will get you there in 20 minutes in Chennai or in any big city, 15 kilometers, most energy efficient, 20 minutes full getting there. That's the kind of thing that you have to take up. Or something that you are much more familiar with. I've been a little bit talking to Sharon and her team quite a bit about this. Most Indians, low-income Indians, when they want loans, they can get it from the market at 30 to 60%, or they can get from microfinance companies at 26%. Why 26%? Even at 26%, businesses don't work. And it basically leads you towards debt trap. And there are many, many times that we can see it just gets you into debt trap. Take an impossible problem. Say use technology and get it to 15%. How? Well, cost of money, what is loan? Cost of money, cost of risk, cost of operations. Cost of money, 11, 12%. We can try to do something, but cost of risk and operations. How do microfinance handle cost of risk and operations? They send people to the home of a woman. They'll talk to them for 20 minutes to assess risk, then give money. They'll again send 3 or 4 times to collect and maybe restructure if they don't pay. This 4 trips, 5 trips for a small loan of 30,000-40,000 rupees, it jacks up the cost to 12-13%. Remember that person that I talked about who is doing a video on a WhatsApp? Suppose we send her, Preeti, to this place, and Preeti talks in a very soft, nice language, in the local language that a person understands. You really understand the risk. It's not Preeti that we are sending, it's a computer generated Preeti, a AI generated Preeti that we are sending. And the question that she's asking, all the questions are being generated by AI, right question, looking at any data that's available about the person and listening to answers, looking at the expression of the person, looking at the tone of the person, and comes the next question. And we do this not just in the initial risk assessment, but also for further follow-up for what is happening to the loan, what are you doing, Why can't you do this? If digitization is what had made money transfer, UPI make successful, can we not do risk and collection operations as digitization thing? This is the kind of thing that we need to do and become the world leader in these things. I can go into something else. Our cities are increasingly getting flooded. In 80s, it used to get flooded once in 10 years. 90s, once in 6-7 years. In the decade of 2000, once in 5 years. Then 3 years. Now 1 year, every year, twice. What do we do? With increasing GHG emission, this is going to get worse. Take up the impossible problem that we will figure out that even with increasing GHG emission, we will be able to ensure that there is no water connection. Remember that more rain will happen, but plan it out such that there will be no water loss. Can you really do that? This is where technology is needed. But it cannot be just technology alone. Technology, economics, sociology, management, all of that has to come together. Nothing works without all the four things coming together. I can talk about heating and cooling consumes 50% of world's energy. Can we come up with a totally different way of working on it, such that we increase the energy efficiency by a factor of 4 or 5? Again, looks impossible, but then we are here to do the impossible problem. Or, for example, India has a large number of young engineers, large number of people with disability. In future, we'll have a lot of older people. Can we become leader in assistive technology? Can we put 20,000 engineers working on assistive technology? And maybe 5,000 sociologists and economists and other things. Only India can afford to put so many. This is what is needed in India, and India needs a new kind of tech leadership. Enough talented young scientists, enough talented youngsters, you nudge industry. I believe that what we need is a strong inner sense that we can do it, and then they'll do it. Thank you. Questions? I don't know how much time we have left. Okay, any questions, anybody? Yes. Yeah.
So basically your ideas, I'm just thinking, I work for the Indian government, so some of the ideas that what you said also can be used for the governance. So especially the ideas that you discussed about, multidisciplinary, the best talent, putting teams, this is very important. One thing that we would like to know, whether the idea that you are trying to do for the financing, the microfinancing for the livelihoods, can we work with the self-help group network? We are starting a bank for them, led by the women. So maybe this kind of ideas, maybe an experimental basis, would you like to, is there anything that thinking is there, you would like to use it in the public sector use case?
I don't know how late you came, but if you did,
I saw it.
You saw that?
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah. So I'll put that again. Reason is, frankly speaking, I've worked in India now for the last 45 years, most of the time with government. Government is good at taking the idea, twisting it, making it not work. Sorry. And I think, why should you should have said, fine, I'll support somebody to do it. Why should government say, I will have to do it?
That's good.
I think should do it. Somebody from, I far more prefer somebody from Krea University take the lead and do it. You will support it. But no, you have to control it. In fact, if you remember what I said, what is the reason why IIT Madras Research Park and Incubation succeeded? Because we did not accept any money from government and therefore any interference from government. When IITs were initially created, it was supposed to be like this. IIMs were supposed to be. What has happened? IIMs which are totally financially independent of today, even them, government has decided to control everything. This has happened. Nobody, I'm surprised that nobody has protested. I am Calcutta, I am Ahmedabad. Bangalore is doing very well. Taking no money from government of India. Suddenly 2 years back they put the rule, now everything will control.
Yeah. Thank you. We were just talking about that only, how to decentralize.
Yeah. Somebody else?
Yeah, I had a question.
Yeah.
It's me. I'm Radha, I'm from High Wage. My question is, sir, in the field of technology, the number of women percentage is less than that of men.
No longer. Numbers are now, it was quite bad, and numbers are now touching 30%.
But my
question should go up, and I think we have to be conscious about that.
So my question, sir, is that the examples you had showcased on the startups, they were all from men leading it. So are there some examples of women leading the startups?
If you go to research park, about 25% of our this thing are from women. Let that.
I just have a very small question. I'm here, Professor. When you had the amount saying we invested this much and we got this much payout, was that the actual equity valuation, or was it more kind of, you said they gave us in COVID when we needed it?
No, it's actual COVID. Only actual valuation.
So
nothing. No. Unifor we exited during COVID. Otherwise, we need not have exited. We would have got double that amount.
Got it.
That's all.
But is it only the cash, or are you also the equity stake you take also?
We sold the money. It is equity stake which is sold.
No, sorry. What I mean is the equity stake. Are you getting only for the 4,000, or is it the monetized value of the space and everything that?
I think we are doing for 5 years complete. Of course, we are doing complete nurturing. We are giving them some small space, few seats. We are giving them, teaching them everything. So yes, it is all the things, but we made them successful.
No, what I'm saying is the 4,000 then is not the right amount of what is invested.
No, the money invested is 4,000. Rest any incubator does. So,
but
it's not something. If you really even cost them, 4,000 may become 4 lakhs. But
exactly.
Still, what we get is 10 crores. So
point is valid.
Yes. Yes. There's a question here?
Yeah, but he was before.
It doesn't matter who. I saw you first. So.
All right. I'm Veena Srinivasan. I lead another IFMR center called Well Labs on Water. My question was on this issue of technology innovation in spaces like water, which are particularly public driven. One of the things we see, there's a lot of excellent startups. My observation of a lot of these startups is they do great stuff, and the minute they hit the government procurement wall, they all struggle, and then all of them, about 80% of the people I know, are essentially servicing industrial clients rather than utility clients or public, other public goods. And how do you think, connecting to Karthik's talk in the morning, what needs to change? Because all of the examples you gave, where the clients are primarily in the private sector. I was wondering if you could give us a couple of examples in where technology has completely transformed the public sector and overcome this barrier of public procurement.
I repeatedly pointed out working with the government is difficult.
But in our case, it's all government, that's the problem.
Well, fine. But I think you do more. This question will be asked more and more. Government will change, but you don't say first you do this, then you do the rest. I think do in the domains that you can. I'm sure things can be done in water, energy, all this domain. You have to work around the government. Government will come along. Finally, it's not that the government will not come along, but you don't depend on them. That's all. If you don't depend on them, working with the government is perfectly fine. If you depend on them, then there is a big problem because they believe that they know. I'm a 71-year-old man. I have 72-year-old. I have worked enough with the government, and I have worked in IIT all my time, which is also in some way a government institute. So I can afford to say that. Yes, sir.
Hi. Firstly, thank you for that utterly compelling talk. Really love the examples you took. One thing I've been wondering for a while, in the healthcare sector, we have a whole lot of companies that do manufacturing, but it doesn't seem to me like they're doing a lot of vaccine development. Whereas we have a small country like Cuba, which developed 2 different vaccines during COVID. So what, are you seeing initiatives towards vaccine development, actual research and development happening? Where do you see this going, and what is stopping it from sort of happening at a much larger scale already?
I think this whole approach of startup taking up very difficult problems and solving is a very new thing in India. I'd say some bits and pieces may have been there, but it's 15 years. It is not, so it takes time to mature. And I may pick up examples and highlight. There are many, many, many failures, which is perfectly all right. If I generalize your vaccine to health tech, there are enough examples of very, very high quality work being done in health tech. Specifically on vaccine, I'm not familiar. But yesterday, I actually arranged a presentation by 2 people from Bangalore who are working on a cure for a disease. I don't remember. It's a disease which you otherwise require complete treatment every 2 weeks and hospitalized for 6-7 hours and cost about 30 lakhs. And they have by and large worked out a solution. Can we really take it all the way and become successful? There are concerns, there are issues. Anything that takes very long time to show results, the VCs don't not easily fund. So that becomes a big problem. So there are lots of issues. Many of these issues has to be solved. But I took examples which are big problems of India, and I believe that they can be solved. There are many more examples. You work in areas where you can succeed. Other things, you wait for opportunity or keep trying. Fail. It doesn't matter if you fail. The most important lesson that I have learned over the years is you must be willing to fail to succeed. That's
Thank you. Thank you, sir. On that note, we're completely out of time. So I'd like to invite Kapil Vishwanathan to give a small memento to sir on our behalf and also give the vote of thanks.
Thank you.
Seven, thank you, sir. That was an amazing talk. I remember being inspired by you 25 years ago, and I'm inspired by you again now. I've been given a list of the job of thanking all the people who made this very special day possible. I'd like to start with our guest speakers, Professor Karthik Muralidharan, S. Krishnan, Mr. Sampath Kumar, Sarthi Ahuja, Ms. Deepthi Reddy, and of course Professor Ashok Junjunwala. All the centers of IFMR which are present here today, and the heads of the centers which supported this and made this event happen, the Krea faculty and all the students that are here, the organizing committee. This event has been in, we've been planning for this event for over 3 months, 4 months now, and there's been an organizing committee that's been put together, and so all the members of the organizing committee, particularly the staff from the lead, I think Sharon in particular has done a lot of work representing not just LEAD but also IFMR, all the other centers. She's carried a lot of weight for the other centers as well. So much appreciate LEAD and the team. Krea operations team, the communications team, the media lab, IT team, as well as a whole lot of student volunteers who've played a big role. So thank you all very much. We're looking forward to taking the work of bringing research, impact, and policy together, which is in many ways the kind of challenge Professor Junjunwala described. Many of the companies setting out to achieve, cut a 2-hour commute down to 20 minutes, make it ecologically sustainable, and I think those are the kind of challenges that we've been setting ourselves and wanting to take forward. And in Meghalaya in particular, we've got some of these initiatives going on, and we look forward to taking them forward. And most importantly, I think it's important to sustain this, and with the guidance of Vice Chancellor. In fact, when he was talking about the very difficult challenge of reducing the commute times and so on, I remember, when Krea had gotten to a certain stage in its evolution, the first 3, 4, 5 years, and we needed somebody who, would have led a very large and reputable, institution of global eminence. We need that same person who should have worked in a developing country context to build an institution, should be a recognized scholar that the faculty will respect, should have the ability to manage and run an operation, as well as the hunger to build something spectacular. So that was like an impossible problem to solve until, of course, we found Nirmala. So with her guidance, I'm sure Synergy will, Synergy 2026 and 2027 and so on, we'll together make an impact on, some of the challenges the world faces and make a dent in making the world a better place. So thank you all very much.
Thank you everyone for joining us. We still have the booths up in the atrium, so if you have time, please do stop by to check out the materials, and also tea, coffee is being served outside. Thank you.